Good morning, everyone. Hola, how is everybody? So we've been trying to find out like what device we want to use to like get people's attention. I've been thinking I want a gong, like just a big gong to start. So if you can settle in, I want to say thank you for coming out for the first session of the Uncovering Inequality Symposium. If you weren't at the press conference, which we just had, I'll give you a little bit of background on this, and then we're going to jump right into our conversation. Uncovering Inequality is a project that was conceived of in the immediate aftermath of the death of George Floyd, and it is meant to be a pairing of social science and journalism with the explicit objective of reframing the way we discuss inequality, both in media and beyond. And in order to achieve that, we looked at inequality in 5 particular areas: housing, education, criminal justice, economics, and healthcare. And we looked at it in those 5 areas and then reached out to 5 scholars or sets of scholars and requested that they answer one question as succinctly as they could, which is, what does your field know about inequality, racial and ethnic inequality in this area over time? And they generated, each of those individuals, teams, generated a report which we will then disseminate, and which are being publicly available today for the first time. And the hope is that it would help influence or reframe the way journalists cover the subject. We also, in doing this, I think what we said was that we were getting social scientists to work faster than they typically do, and to get journalists to work slower than they typically do, and meet somewhere in the middle around the conversation on this subject. And so, oh, by the way, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jelani Cobb. I'm the Dean of Columbia Journalism School, and I'm very happy to welcome all of you here. We've been working on this project for almost 2 years now, and we're happy to see that we're able to have this conversation now. So I will welcome our panelists to the stage, our researchers, and our first session is going to be on the researchers and how they went about the work that they did. And so we have Daniel Cumming from Johns Hopkins University. Yep, you're coming up. Damon Jones, and Daniel did the housing report. Damon Jones from the University of Chicago, who oversaw the economics report. Hedwig Lee from Duke University and Washington University, St. Louis, who oversaw the healthcare report. Vesla Weaver from Johns Hopkins University, and she oversaw the criminal justice report. And Juontel White, who was with the Schott Foundation for Public Education, was at Teachers College, Columbia at the time, and she collaborated and oversaw the education report. And if we can get the names of our researchers, and so this was a kind of much broader set of people. Each person here, I think with the exception of Danny, worked with another researcher, and Danny worked closely with Nathan Connolly, who was one of the advisors. But Diana Cordova-Cobo, who also participated in this, Michael Esposito, Bradley Hardy, Dania Francis, Nick Gratz, Margaret Hicken, David Knight, who is right over there in the black, Fern Ramatar, and our advisor, advisors for each of these subjects. We also had a advisor, and that Nathan Connolly, who we'll talk about. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today, but we'll talk about the kind of weird story within a story that connected Nathan to this project as well. Mary Jackman, Khalil Jaban Muhammad, who also couldn't be here, Suresh Naidu, Sam Roberts, Yolanda Seeley Ruiz, Kimberly Shaman, and Kianga Yamada Taylor. And so we were really, really fortunate to have the input and insight of all of these individuals, all these scholars, and their work and efforts are why we've been able to get here. So I'm going to stop here and sit down, and then we will start the conversation, and then we'll leave time for some questions and comments. Okay, everyone, I know we just started this conversation, so I think we can just kind of pick up where we left off from the press conference. But I guess if we start from the end and came this way, I'm interested, and you've touched on some of this, but I'm interested in talking in a little bit more detail about the findings that you all had and the things that may have surprised you, even though these are fields that you all are very intimately familiar with. And I'll say this, one thing that that we did when we first started kind of reaching out to people, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Dolores Barkley here, who was integral to all the work that we did with this project, is that we said we wanted people to summarize what the field knows. And what the kind of knowledge, the kind of general knowledge that people operating these fields know, for a couple of reasons. Like, having been on both sides of this conversation as a historian and as a journalist, I can tell you neither side is very happy when you have a journalist calling who has like a ridiculous deadline. You're calling someone 20 minutes before you have to file and requesting that they summarize their 600-page book in 5 minutes so that you can quote. That exchange is not satisfying for either party, and we were trying to flip that on its head here, which is to give contextual information for people who are covering this subject matter, and also kind of slowing down the dialogue in hopes that it creates a kind of more thoughtful reckoning with the parameters of inequality. And so with that in mind, even though these are things you're very familiar with, I'm curious about if there were things that came up in the report that were notable to you. We'll start with Danny and come this way.
There we go. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jelani. I think one thing that really stuck out to me in the housing report, which is what I wrote, is that foremost, inequality is a feature and not a bug in the system. It is a consistent part of the housing system, which we think of in different separate tiers. We think of private home ownership, usually the single-family home in the suburbs. We think of government housing, usually the public housing complexes in the cities. And then so often we do not think of private, low-income rental markets, which are captured by slumlords historically and today. And so we have to think of these different tiers not as separate entities, but ones that are deeply enmeshed in the very same system. In fact, they influence one another and they change over time. And throughout, inequality is a persistent feature of all. Another thing that came up to me really as I was working my way through the literature and thinking about this is, what is this question of inequality itself? Like, why should we expect equality within a system that was never designed for such? And in some ways, like, it begs the question of, like, what kind of politics are we asking when we interrogate questions like this and come to, turn to the literature, whether it's social scientific or humanities, for answers? There's a really relevant quote in housing in the housing literature that I think speaks to some of these issues and really kind of my work, and hopefully will be useful for journalists. But the quote is, "All housing is public housing." And I think that's really important because it brings the state back into the conversation in a way that we so often think as the state and the private spheres as separate, in which they are not, especially when it comes to housing. So all housing is public housing. That includes the invisible credits and subsidies granted to homeowners who think of themselves as often a separate class who is able to accrue benefits through dint of hard work or natural market selection or just a consumer-based politics. But really this is state-provided and state-backed. And we need to think of it as such. And the other thing is, if we're truly thinking about all housing as public housing, that also begs the question about what sort of politics do we have moving forward in looking for equality as a future metric, and thinking about what kind of solutions we might be able to offer. And again, it brings in questions of the state, but fundamentally my research it also brings up questions of property and how we understand property as a citizenship relation to the state. And it was brought up earlier that we have to understand the social relations between these powerful entities that make up society, but property is a fundamental social relationship to the state, and we need to understand not simply as a bundle of rights and access and documents that are constitutionally protected, but fundamentally what kind of protections that does grant through state enforcement or under enforcement of its own principles. And I think when we start to think of property as a relation, we start to see that the state does not operate equally between different racialized groups. Racialized property, particularly property owned by African Americans, by Latinx folks, by other groups who are seen as and valued as less than worthy, underappraised, overassessed, these dynamics that we kind of see in the contemporary housing market. We have to understand that that is in relation to a state that bends over backwards to protect white Americans and their claims to property. So that is something we have to really keep in mind as we're starting to interrogate these questions and not simply ask, points of access, homeownership rates, changes in prices, the percentage of homeowners versus renters. Those are all well and good, but we have to understand the fundamental dynamics at work, which is relations of power and the reproduction of power over time.
So our report focused on economic inequality. We specifically looked at black and white economic inequality over time, over more than 100 years. Some of the things that I will say that, that jumped out, there's too many to name, but so one would be over time, these economic gaps have not just evolved in a linear fashion. They've been very uneven. Sometimes the gaps have grown, sometimes they've contracted. We looked at people's wages and their labor market outcomes, their income and poverty status, racial wealth gaps, and then we looked at how these things change or are correlated across generations within the same family or in certain places geographically. Some of the interesting findings or some of the more surprising things or interesting things between like 1940 and 1980, depending on what outcome you look at, that was a period where we had significant progress in like closing some of these economic gaps, black-white economic gaps. And then around the 1980s, you saw, especially with income, wages, and wealth, this progress begin to stall or regress for a number of decades. In the case of wealth inequality, the wealth gaps started to explode during that 1980s period. So I think we knew a lot about how these gaps were persistent over time, how they've persisted. Another more recent finding is that over the last decade, in terms of employment outcomes and labor market outcomes, there's actually been inequality has slowed down. There have been some favorable labor market outcomes for people with lower wages, and that's disproportionately impacted black workers, and so they've made some gains in the last decade. And then even after the pandemic, when you look at things like employment and wages, surprisingly, or I don't think this is what I would have expected, is that, you know, the rebound that has happened over the last year or two has been particularly fast for black workers in the labor market. Another, I think, thing that we found is that when you look at poverty, we had a lot of room for improvement starting in the late 60s when we started measuring poverty. Huge gaps in poverty and child poverty. Those have closed over time. And we also saw during the last, during part of the pandemic, again, despite, you know, there were a number of negative and disproportionately negative things that happened to communities of color and black communities. But we also used the safety net to reduce gaps in child poverty, black, white child poverty. We had this program, the child tax credit, for example. So one thing that we saw was with the safety net and with poverty, there are some levers that we have, and the question is, why don't we turn those up even more? The last thing I'll comment on is that we're reviewing the literature in economics. Economists have a lot of biases. They tend to study what's most easily measured. And so a lot of the historical economic data focuses on men and white men. And so we're able to try to summarize as much as we can the work that has been done to look at historical patterns by race and by gender, mainly looking at men versus women and then within racial groups. And so there you find that things don't always go in the same direction or at the same pace when you look separately for men and women by race. And so there are a lot of interesting patterns that are at these intersections. So we were excited to learn and be able to summarize some of the new work that has gone back and captured historical data, for example, on black women, and has answered questions like, how do people progress from one generation to the next relative to their parents' earnings, specifically for black women, specifically for black men. Most of that work had, you know, historically just looked at white men, and do white men earn more than their fathers? So that was also exciting. It was exciting and also depressing what we found, what is found in that literature. But so I think that was also exciting. And then I think the last thing I'll say, you know, with the eye towards journalism is that for these studies that are done in the economic field, you know, there are reporters that do a lot to document what economists, what new research and findings come out of the field of economics, and they tend to inherit some of the limitations of the field of economics in the lens. So when in the field of economics, when they look at these differences, they kind of have this more deficit model. Why are black people falling behind, or why is there this gap? Can they catch up? You know, and a common thing that they'll focus on is how much of this is due to differences in education, and, you know, what if we just close those educational gaps? So we did a lot to look at the varying views within economics about that approach, and how rather than just thinking about race as some attribute that you have that could cause you to have a deficit, you know, we thought about, which is more common outside of our field, to think about how it's socially constructed and a means of stratifying, means of stratification, not just an attribute of a person or a deficit that the person has, but a more structural phenomenon. So I think that the journalists who cover the research by economists have to be careful not to just take on faith the framework that economists tend to use, which can be limited.
I'll go next. So our group was focusing on health and examining trends in racial health disparities over time. I think one thing that continues to be surprising is the lack of data. You would assume that we would be documenting information on all kinds of health outcomes, because health is not just infant mortality and mortality, which we often talk about and are important, right? It includes chronic diseases, it includes mental health and other forms of physical health outcomes. But we don't often have fine-grained data, especially historically, to be able to track all kinds of gaps in health over time in ways that we should be able to. And even now, today, we're not collecting data that we need to help to understand racial and ethnic health disparities. Like, we don't collect information on deaths in custody, for example, right now. So we don't even know, and when we do, there's often limited data on race to be able to really understand what's going on, especially in places that we don't have as much access to. So that's something that I think is important to think about, that there's been a lack of data in the past, and while we can't, I'm sure there's some really amazing data scraping historians are doing that can help us in some ways. We can do something moving forward, and we should be alarmed by the fact that we're not collecting certain kinds of data that are definitely health issues. So even thinking about police-involved deaths, we don't collect those data accurately. We use lots of other resources to do that now, but these are things that we should be worried about if we really want to understand and to be able to say that progress is being made. And the reason it's so important is because you might think that you're seeing progress, but that it could be a little bit of a smoke and mirrors, right? So if you're only focusing on one health outcome, you might say, oh, we are seeing improvements in this particular health outcome, but it sort of ignores, what's happening for something else. So, for example, we're seeing, increasing rates of suicide among African Americans. We need to be able to document that well. It would be great if we were capturing mental health measures, better mental health measures for a while, to be able to help us to understand these patterns, for example. And it's also important to think about, while we can see improvements, we can also see gaps grow. And so oftentimes, and this is kind of another big finding, is so much research that focuses on health leans on healthcare. This idea that healthcare is going to fix everything is not true. Again, this is not me advocating that we shouldn't be thinking about healthcare access, et cetera, but this isn't a story about just, who has access to doctors and who trusts doctors, okay? Because if you read our report, you'll come to the conclusion that, Oprah is on average, her life expectancy is probably going to be a lot lower than a white woman with her same level of economic success and, power. And so what is it about our society that creates these differences? And so I'll move back to the healthcare example again, but we've seen things like when there are innovations in, for example, interventions to improve life outcomes for premature babies, while there are improvements for both groups, blacks and whites, the gaps actually increase, right? Because white populations are getting more access to those innovations as well, right? And so why is that? Some of it's related to the other things we talk about, where people live, educational outcomes, economic resources, et cetera. So it's important to think about that. And then two, at the same time, we need to be thinking about what are the invisible structures in place that are also driving health. Like, why is it that a black billionaire does not have the same life expectancy as a white billionaire? Why is it that a black professor doesn't have the same life expectancy than a white professor? Even if individuals are engaging in the same kinds of health behaviors. And so thinking about what are structures that create chronic stress and other factors that can be driving health outcomes is really important, and we don't think about that a lot. So we think about policing, for example, but do we think about the ways in which policing might impact your health, not even just from the physical encounter, but just the mental health aspects of that? What does it mean to worry about, constantly be worrying about how you act in places and spaces? What does that do to your health? We can think about, Erica Garner, right? this is a person, she was really young when she died. That wasn't about healthcare. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The daughter of Eric Garner, an activist. I actually knew Erica, but continue.
So we're talking about society. What are the other societal features that drive health? And so I think our report really tries to hit home on these, what are structures in place that are creating stressors that are negatively impacting the lives of black people writ large, but also not what are impeding what should be, improvements and closing, not just improvements, but the gaps closing. And also thinking critically too about when gaps close. Is this because other populations are doing worse. That's not great, right? So, and that's, we oftentimes will laud, a closing of a gap that's really related to, other economic problems that are impacting all groups. And then lastly, we really have to think about dynamism, like the ways in which health is really an interesting marker to think about other social outcomes, because it's so sensitive to kind of societal factors. So I think the opioid epidemic, this iteration of the opioid epidemic, not past historical ones, because those have been racialized too, really is interesting, right? Because at the beginning of the opioid, especially when we're talking about prescription drugs, this was a white-faced sort of issue, and that, and we can talk more about like what that means for policies and practices and media discussions. But it's quickly now, as there are now like different forms of opioid products that don't necessarily have to be created or that are not based on prescription drugs, has turned into or has now become a problem for communities of color for many reasons that others will talk about. But you can track. Like, I mean, I think health is really interesting because you can kind of track the progress of policies, et cetera. And then be able to then link it to the health outcome. And so, there was failures in how we dealt with the opioid epidemic, and now these are negatively impacting Black communities, right? So anyway, I will let others talk, but I think people need to pay more attention to health and not just talk about health as in healthcare, like healthcare this, no, and no more, like there's so much interesting things we can learn about our society if we're just paid more attention to what's happening, because again, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to us, but it shouldn't make sense to people that individuals with the same level of income, with the same education, with the same wealth, maybe even sometimes, not always, but in the same neighborhoods, but sometimes too, are experiencing poor health. Yeah.
That's great. So I'm Vesla Weaver, and I co-authored the report with Professor David Knight on policing and the criminal legal system and incarceration. And we really thought hard about what are the consistent patterns that we see across the 20th and 21st century. So if we are to not just sort of, here's a trend line, you make of it what you will. Incarceration, racial disparities in prison admissions looks like this over time, then go on and interpret it. Instead, our orientation was to think about, okay, what are the 4 or 5 key features and patterns across all of this wealth of information that we now have. And so our report begins by saying, okay, what if we were to release ourselves from this fascination with what I would call the conventional sources of data. And I loved that I saw this through all the reports, actually. It's something that I was, it was like we all were kind of speaking with a kind of current that was emerging. What if we were to release ourselves from that and instead think about unconventional data sources? The people who have been telling this story for a very long time, and yet don't show up in the Bureau of Justice statistics, or when we tend to go to conventional data, we go to uniform crime reports, or we look up the source book of criminal justice statistics. I'm guilty of it myself. And instead, listen to the people who have regular encounters with police, pre-release centers, halfway back centers, juvenile delinquency. What if we were to actually think about what the story is that's being told? And so in the first part of the report, you will see, actually, we see this as a service to the fields and to journalists. You will see us list out several databases of bottom-up knowledge that I promise you some of your most the most seasoned policing experts have never touched. Why have they never touched it? Because it's a lot more difficult to analyze. It's a lot easier to just sort of, come up with a pre-generated figure from the source book of criminal justice statistics. It takes a lot more time to sit with the hundreds of thousands of pages of transcripts emanating from race-class subjugated communities. But when you do that, what you will see is a consistent program of the policing of childhood that is unequally distributed. You will see, and then you can back it up with the data, that actually the median age among people who are stopped by police, the median age is 12 years old. For black children, it's 8, 9, 10 years old. And so I wouldn't say I was surprised by this finding, right? We know it. We know it because we know Tamir Rice. We know people in our families. But that was one of our key findings, was to think about, okay, what does this policy approach of policing childhood mean for the construction of ideas about government? I loved what you said about this is a social relation, this is a relation of power. This is not simply, and I think we should interrogate the premise of inequality, right? Because I think it's too easy to feel like inequality drops from the sky and there's some haves and there's some have-nots, and then you can put out some statistics and you can see the gap. No, it's an orientation and relationship of marginalization. It's not just distance between haves and have-nots. It's a way in which governing structures, people are learning about government through their first contact. And in black communities, in brown communities, oftentimes that's with law enforcement. That was the first finding. The second finding is that actually, and we paid a lot of attention to the We Charge Genocide report, right, that comes in 1947, okay? The second relationship is that, and we weren't searching for sort of like precise causes, okay? The second finding was that incarceration and coercive institutions expand most on the heels of the greatest moments of democratization in this country. In other words, when the franchise is expanded, when black people come out from under the thumb of Jim Crow, when black people come out from under enslavement and the first Reconstruction, those are the moments that we most see states and localities and counties tend to turn towards carcerality and punishment. So we cite work coming out of multiple fields, actually, historical sociology as well as political science, that actually empirically demonstrates this. That if you want to predict variation in how much counties turn to convict leasing, turn to expanding their prison systems, invest in jails and their punitive apparatus, it is right on the heels of the moments where black people have the most, or the threat of economic independence is greatest, where their political, economic, and social clout rises. That is when our country turns to punishment, and we can empirically demonstrate it. The third pattern, and I'm not going to get to all of them, but the third, I think, significant. I won't say that you had asked Jelani, you know, what were we most surprised by? I won't say that I was surprised by this, but it is the part of the report that I think was most transformative for us to write, to put it all down, is that each of these moments were not moments of expansion in the policing system and in incarceration. Black people did not sit idly by and watch this take place. They did not allow this form of subjugation to just happen on their watch. Instead, in each moment, and we document this, Black communities and activists built structures to help protect and provide guardianship, whether it was through citizens patrols, the community alert patrols that were used in Watts and Oakland, to basically document what police were doing to communities, to the Let Us Breathe collective, which we talk a lot about, and everywhere in between. And we go through, I mean, and this is a very large part of our report, all of these efforts to challenge both Black communities standing in the breach of state abandonment and saying, we will provide. Whether it was through the House of Umoja or the United Front or Let Us Breathe or the many, often very much roundly ignored in both media narratives and in academic narratives, these efforts to protect communities, to provide safety provision when they were getting unresponsive policing. And one of my favorite is, the Black police leagues. We've forgotten these entirely. Most of the time we forget about these because they were crushed and repressed. And because academics and journalists, because it wasn't easy to cover them, wasn't a quick data source, we discounted the knowledge that was there. And so that was the third pattern in the last part of the report that I'm particularly humbled by and transformed by.
Yeah, and so, Juontel, I want to make sure we'll have a second to come back, but I do want to tell the audience that I'm going to ask one more question, and then we're going to pivot to you all to have time for Q&A. So if you have something that you're thinking about, you can actually kind of start getting prepared, because we'll have time for you to ask a question as well.
So for the education report, Juontel White, co-authored with Diana Cordova Cobo, we took the approach to focus on a few key areas within education, and those are in the areas of high stakes testing, in school finance, funding, and curriculum and instruction. And in that approach, we wanted to use Brown v. Board as an anchor. So thinking about educational inequality, you cannot consider contemporary inequality in the public education system without thinking about racial segregation and the failed promise of Board, right? In its ideal sense to not only mix by bodies folks of different racial ethnic groups, but certainly in the ways that school culture, climate, curriculum, all of the aspects and components of education. And so we took that as the grounding premise to think about racial segregation in each of those threads. And then we layered that in terms of a key finding geographically. Education looks different in the South than the West, than in the Northeast. And to really give a narrow focus on not just contemporarily, but also since Brown, right? Since 1954, what has the experience of Indigenous students in the Midwest been, and how have policies really impacted students of color, right? And so in those areas in curriculum and instruction. And then the third piece is how much the housing, socioeconomic, and education nexus are all integrated. And I'll focus on an example from the South that is a key finding. You know, post-Brown desegregation, an area where principals and teachers for Black folks was one of the key drivers of economic and middle class success, right? The route to the middle class, you were in one of those professions and you were well off, and that impact on the family. And certainly the way that the education system is structured, being financed by, you know, your neighborhood and the amount of your home, right? And so tax dollars funneling from that. When you get post-Brown, Black education in the South systemically shifts, because you have those schools shut down and students are bused to the predominantly white schools, and the Black administrators and teachers, educators of color, are no longer, they don't have those roles, right? They are now the bus drivers to said schools. They are now, and that impacts their income. And so when you think about that nexus, and now most Black students do attend public schools within the South, which have been chronically underfunded, like many public school in urban areas, especially in rural areas as well. But that has a cyclical and sort of integrated effect. And so that is a key area that we focus on, at least in the curriculum piece. And then the other piece I will say, especially in our current context as we're thinking about curriculum and policy decisions around curriculum, how much has not changed? Right? Racial segregation and public education since the common school days was white supremacist, right? Curriculum explicitly talked about students of color in animalistic ways. And so to think that Brown now, because students are integrated physically, it did not switch the curriculum for some time, and it wasn't until the 80s when we get the multicultural education movement that there's some slight integration, a tokenism, if you will, of various communities of color, but the narratives around Eurocentricity have not shifted. And so when we think about how students are performing on these high stakes tests, how they are experiencing their educators, how they are not being reflected in the school, all of that matters for their performance outcomes and connectiveness. So I think it is important to really uncover and unravel what segregation has done and how it has endured and impacts our policies today to really understand educational inequality.
So I'm going to back up a little bit because I think if you were in the press conference part, you heard this, but I want to make sure that everyone here understands how this project came about. And that is that in the aftermath of George Floyd, we started having conversations internally about the fact that there was a pandemic recession, and there was this police reckoning, and we were having those as if they were three separate conversations, not talking about the fact that the same communities were being disproportionately impacted by each of those things. And that was why we started the conversation around inequality and the way in which everything that was revealed, everything that was made bare, made plain by the pandemic was knowable before the pandemic. And that we had kind of engaged with a particular kind of euphemistic approach to the structures of American society. And so we set out, when we said we wanted to change the parameters of the conversation around inequality, that was why we wanted to bring these two things together. And so I also want to ask a question, because I want to make sure we have time for questions so we can be succinct in our responses to this, about the ways in which you saw your work. We said this explicitly at the outset, that we were creating these categories which were for our purposes, but which were really artificial distinctions, because housing inequality relates to educational inequality, relates to healthcare inequality, relates to all the kind of fundamental dynamics that interconnect. And so I wonder if we could talk briefly about things you saw that connected to the work that people were doing in other areas.
Absolutely. I didn't have the real privilege of reading everybody's report until we had all completed them, which is fairly recently, right before the symposium here, and I was just struck and amazed by how powerfully they all spoke to one another. And from a perhaps slightly biased perspective, but I think housing is the linchpin of modern inequality. And once we start to recognize this property material base in which all other forms then are deeply interrelated, we start to see how the criminalization of Black Americans as a feature of controlling property markets, ensuring value can be generated from land. We can see the way that education is organized as a bulwark to promote and protect white segregation and exclusive enclaves, and privileges then baked into the system for their children and their future generations. We can see the way that economics and the many different indices in which the economics field can marshal, all also point to the way that fundamental organization of land and value and ownership within the society, bakes ripple effects of inequality, throughout the rest of the structures in which we see today. And there's so much more. And I think that these reports really should be read in conversation with one another, because they do all speak to each other in really different and exciting ways. And that's the benefit of bringing together different fields, but also then speaking back to journalists and then hearing what journalists have to say, speaking back to us. I'll just be brief. Regarding housing, I think it's really important to keep in mind that so much of the reporting on housing kind of looks to redlining as a singular cause of inequality. There's this really simplistic way of looking at brightly colored maps, looking at the zones in which hazardous home finance system was based on like hazardous locations, which were predominantly home of Black Americans, and then drawing causative arguments all the way up to today. And that's only part of the story, and I think it's only part of the housing story, but it's only part of the story in relation to education and criminalization and health and economics. And really we need to start thinking about these things holistically and systemically. And then once journalists can start to bring into the humanities into the question, we can start to make powerful arguments for change.
I mentioned that I was going to talk about the advisor who couldn't be here today. Many of you saw the story of the professor in Baltimore whose home was appraised at one value, and then and this was covered in the New York Times, when he and his wife removed all indicators of their race, the home was appraised at $500,000 higher than it had originally had been. That scholar was Nathan Connolly, and that happened while he was advising the housing element of this project. And so we looked up in the newspaper, and the thing that we were studying was happening to the people who were studying it. And I think it made a point about there not being a remove, about this. And I will say this, I never am one of those people that points people to things that I've written, but I know I'm about to do it, right? But I wrote something recently about hip hop and the 50th anniversary of hip hop, which is this summer, and about how there in the 80s and 90s there was this kind of dialogue around rappers being murdered, and now there's very little dialogue around the number of them who have died of what they call natural causes, but at really how many rappers have died in their 50s, and they were a kind of barometer or shorthand for what was happening in the communities that those rappers came from. And so with that, I'll just step back and, if you want to continue, Damon.
Yeah, there are a lot of connections between the reports that I'm still trying to process, but I'll just highlight a couple common threads. When we look at the labor market historically for Black people in the United States, that policing and those carceral forces are a key means of coercing labor in the absence of enslavement. So that's a key theme that you'll see when you study the labor market in the United States. both how can you withhold the safety net from workers to leave them at the disposal of their employers, and how can you constrict their mobility in order to have this captured labor force that you can pay low wages to, and you can do that through policies by not extending the minimum wage to all sectors and excluding sectors that are certain sectors, so you can have them a captured sector, and you can also make it illegal for people to be unemployed, and then therefore compel them to work for you for lower wages, and also restrict people's mobility to move around to find the best job possible, and all of that can benefit the employers of workers, and those are like hard things to justify, so you create this racial stratification to facilitate that, but that's going to be linked to the report and what you learn about policing in the report, and that's one way to constrain these things. A second thing I'll say is we wanted to think about education. That's like a common thing that in the economics literature they focus on as an explanation of inequality, and as Hetty was saying earlier this morning, there's just like the story's incomplete, and just say, well, people with different education get different outcomes, and black people don't have a lot of education. The end. And so from Juontel's report, you can see that this is not just coming out of nowhere. That different people have different access to education. It's not just a choice to pursue less education and therefore have a host of other downstream adverse outcomes. These things don't just come from nowhere, and so understanding that, all of that history will give way more context to these economic studies that just look at differences in education and then kind of say, well, our job is done. In terms of housing, so we do look spatially at how inequality is situated. And so we talk a lot about that, but I think one of the things that is interesting to think about, and that's related to the Nathan Connolly story as well, is that there are things that are vehicles of upward mobility, such as owning a home, which is, and having that asset appreciate, or moving to a neighborhood where there's more opportunity. And so some of what we talk about is how, the owner of the asset or the person who tries to take advantage of that opportunity, their race is going to affect the return to that investment or that effort to have upward mobility. So there is a lot of good evidence that if you take one black family and move them to a very resource heavy neighborhood, their children will have better outcomes. And obviously when you try to scale that, that's not a scalable policy, because once it becomes a black neighborhood, the investments will change. And so the evidence from migration north, great migration, and in general, what we know about what happens in housing markets for black people who own property, is that the way the market values different people is going to limit how much of a tool of economic liberation that's going to be. And so those pursuing more education or increasing home ownership can only go so far without more fundamental changes to how our society works. But so those are some of the links that we saw.
So I'm thinking about some of the impetus of this project in COVID-19. I remember having conversations with lots of different people, talking about loss, and lots of people died, especially in the beginning of COVID, and many of us were scared about that. For many people, it was their first experience. I'm in my early 40s, but for many it was like the first experience, dealing with multiple people in their social networks dying or being extremely ill. And I remember having a conversation with one of my friends and she talking about this, and I told her, while obviously COVID, impacted me greatly, just like it has all of us, I was very familiar with people dying. I mean, my dad died in his 50s, my aunt died in her 50s, like my cousin died in her 50s. I had a cousin who, I think, and I mention it only because I think what I see in terms of, and I would guess that Maggie and Nick and Mike would agree, but is that when we're thinking about health, and we're thinking about, oftentimes people talk about health, talk about these rappers, like what were their pre-existing conditions, obesity, behavioral stuff. I think the other chapters, those are the pre-existing conditions, like these are the conditions that lead to these outcomes, right? Lack of access to strong educational systems, and even when in those systems, not being affirmed. And even individuals who are maybe going to other kinds of schools, then dealing with the stress of being the only one and having to be vigilant in other kinds of ways. Or thinking about the criminal justice system and the ways in which it can break you, and those, especially for individuals who are cycling in and out of jails, or even how having poor mental health, especially as a person of color, amplifies your risk even more, right, than other groups. And thinking about housing too, lack of access to housing, post-release, and women being their housing and their children's housing being compromised because of connections with the criminal justice system. That has impacts on our mental health. Like having to think about these things every day matters. I think of Cooper's the birding incident. I think Cooper's sister wrote talking about every day I have to worry about like what's going to happen when I walk out the door. What's going to happen with my son? What's going to happen when I go to an Airbnb? Which, by the way, also had that same thing happen, right? Like showing images of individuals who were Black made them less likely to get chosen to be able to use those, and Airbnb had to change their platform. So for me, I just think that all of these chapters really show that the pre-existing conditions are not your behaviors. They're not about that. They're about what society has structured to impede people from thriving to their fullest extent, even when they do all the things that are right to thrive.
Whew, those were excellent. I'm captivated by all of what my co-panelists have said. I guess I want to raise something sort of at the meta level. Once I read all the reports together, and I almost wish maybe there could be like an epilogue, because it's not enough to trace the links. There are probably, we've just named, dozens of links, right? We know that when people try to contest unequal provision of housing, wealth, of education, right? These efforts themselves tend to be criminalized, right? One of my favorite examples of this from our own oral histories is somebody says, and this is like kind of a common phrase in the population of people going through, policing and incarceration or having a loved one incarcerated, is this system is a just us system. It's not a justice system. It's something for us to go through, but we don't get anything out of it, right? And groups of youngsters going through high school, this devastating example where they said, we're going to do something positive for ourselves. We're going to start a boxing club. We're going to start a little club after school. And wouldn't you know, and it was their way of like resolving conflicts and of doing something positive and getting out some of their energy. And wouldn't you know, they were criminalized for doing it, right? So also what comes to mind is that every time groups try to contest or do something different, oftentimes those very efforts at providing for their own economic well-being, right? Whether it's squeegeeing windshields in Baltimore, tend to, again, be criminalized. And so what I would offer up is, why I mentioned the epilogue is, I would like some sort of like systematic analysis above all of this right? Above all of the findings, above all of the things that we've traced in our particular intellectual silo, even though, yes, we've been attentive to the links between health and wealth and education and all of it, I would argue the linchpin is childhood, right? Right, that's where it all is. The following question: what is it about American democracy that when people ask time and time again for provision, for investment, for sustainable wealth building, for investment in their neighborhoods and housing and education and their schools, why is it that we tend to, not we, why is it that our system tends to respond with the one thing? Punishment and coercive relationships and wealth stripping. I would argue that that's something far more fundamental than, well, if you're incarcerated, it causes this economic decline or it causes this wealth gap. What is it about our political relationships and responsiveness or unresponsiveness to the political needs and demands of Black communities that we always end up delivering the one thing? That's the question that I think is above all of these different policy domains and arenas. Why is it that the investment, the true positive provision never comes? But what does come, what becomes very muscular, is a kind of orientation of punitiveness. If you don't do this, we're going to give you that.
Juontel?
Sure.
Yeah.
Vesla gave me a great segue in talking about childhood as the linchpin, because the schoolhouse is a microcosm for all of these pieces. And certainly how much money your parents have dictates where you live, and where you live dictates the funding structure of your school and the resources that you have. Educational inequality is about resource access and opportunity that has been segregated and most times hoarded, often by white elite. And so thinking about the spaces where you talked about, 8 to 9 year old median of students of color being criminalized, often by school police, right? And you think about are immediately outside of their school campus. COVID-19, certainly in the disparate ways we see that show up in our schools, but even prior, the ways that chronic underfunding has impacted whether or not students have accurate heat or cooling, asbestos and mold, all of those things that impact your health care. And when children are impacted by that, what that does to their family. So certainly the linkages that we've all talked about in the report, you experience that on a day-to-day in the schoolhouse. Your health disparities, right? Your economic, all of those show up in a classroom. And so certainly it is an example of where all of the layers of inequality exist, and also where there has been attempts to resolve it, often come through educational, right? You talk about economic mobility. It's often, let's get everybody in a STEAM program, and that's the route we can get on track, because that's the future of our economic sector. And those are programs just fueled into K-12 schools, often your urban district, right? And so pouring in there without any cultural responsiveness, disparate of the intersections with, access to college, et cetera. So it's a beautiful microcosm in thinking about all of the pieces we've shared.
So we have time for a few questions. If you want, there's a microphone right here. I always give this preface. If it doesn't apply for you, then it's not yours. A question is an interrogative sentence, generally denoted by the inflection at the end of it. It's differentiated from a statement, which actually offers information. A question is a request for information. We would like for you to ask questions as succinctly as possible. So if you can frame your question in 30 seconds or less, we'll have one person from the panel respond in equally succinct fashion, and then we can get to as many questions as possible.
Thanks. Limiting it to a question does make it harder to comment sometimes. So my question would be, race is an important critical category, which you all have done a very good job of showing disparities. Class is important as well. Inequality applies to race, but also, as we've seen, to many sectors of American society. Damon mentioned that from 1980 on, there's been this growth in inequality. That has affected broad sectors of our society. Deindustrialization has occurred. The financial sector has had a huge impact in creating low-wage labor. People at Walmart.
Great.
Yes. Okay.
You're doing well, really well.
Okay.
Now hit us with that question.
Is there a risk in, by focusing so much on the disparities racially, that you overlook some of the commonality across the population, which could then allow you to create structural political links to other groups that can help create the political will to change the system?
Thanks for that question. I'll try to answer that very briefly. 2 points. One is, it's definitely true in our study. We try to look at the macroeconomic trends, and when there's a reduction in inequality more generally, there is also a reduction in black-white inequality. So we do find in many cases that is true. But on another, let me point out another thing. Let's think about intergenerational mobility. The frontier to literature had been, well, when we go back and look at the census in the 1800s, we mainly can follow white men. And what we found is that the American dream, does a white son earn more than his father did? That has been fading over time. And so you get the statement that intergenerational mobility is lower today than it was in the past. So efforts to expand that analysis to not just men but women, and also not just white women but black women and black men, you find there's different experiences. Some black people have not had that dream, but more of a nightmare throughout the 20th century. So, then we actually get a more nuanced view of the population. The intergenerational mobility that has faded for some was not there for many, and it has been like a more consistent problem for when we expand that view. And I think that, some of this focus on certain groups is compensating for a more narrow analysis in the past. So when you see these focuses on like racial inequality, some of what that is doing is enriching what has been the focus of the literature and actually expanding that group that is affected, or the possibilities for who can see themselves as being affected by these overall systems. So, I think that's a good point, and I think that the way that plays out, depends on what the existing focus has been and where we have not been looking.
I wanted to give a point about how this project came about and how the emphasis was. And so we have a kind of burgeoning study of inequality in this country, and the reaction to Thomas Piketty's work, for instance, would not have happened. That would not have been a conversation that we had 10 years ago. A kind of rediscovery of the centrality of class in this country. But that doesn't explain the thing that we're talking about. So one of the things that we saw, the Times reported this 2 weeks ago, that wealthy black women have higher mortality rates, infant mortality rates, than poor white women do. And that doesn't kind of correlate to class. Or when we're looking at black homeowners who are making $100,000, whose home values have roughly the equivalent of white people whose homes are about $50,000, whose incomes are about $50,000. And so we're talking about these things that, to your point, are mutually reinforcing, and there's a Venn overlap between them, but they're not exactly the same thing. And in the midst of George Floyd's death, we wanted to look at this thing. Now, if I kind of pull the curtain back, I'll tell you that one of the things that we've talked about is franchising this out to all sorts of inequalities and looking at all sorts of ways and not even simply inequalities, but what would happen if climate scientists were creating reports that went out to journalists about everything that climate science knows in 75 pages, and for people who are going to be covering these things. And so we're interested in looking at all of those questions. This happened to be the question that we felt was pressing in the moment that we began this project.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Cobb, for your brilliance in leading this and this illustrious panel. Yolanda Sealy Ruiz, I'm short, it seems, professor at Teachers College, and I have a question related to really health. So I've been part of the Black Women's Health Study for the past 28 years, and I think they've been around for about 30 or so. So I was wondering, Dr. Lee, in your research, did you come across other studies similar to Black Women's Health Studies for Asian American women, for Latina women? That's the first question. And the second is not exactly connected to the report, but we may have heard that this morning California is suing social media for the mental health of young people, of teens in particular. So I was just wondering about, in your research, the mental health of teens of color. You did give a nod to the suicide rate that is unfortunately going up for Black teenagers, but just wondered about other reports similar to the Black Women's Health Study, and also mental health reporting for all groups of color in terms of teenagers. Thank you.
Thanks for that question, and I'm also going to lean on Maggie Hicken and Nick, who might know more about studies that I'm not thinking of. I think the Black Women's Health Study is a really singular and important study, a longitudinal study, because one of the things we need is that, a lot of the data that we use to understand the health of populations is yearly, right? So, not even, sorry, this died. You can hear me now. Okay, so this is not working. Do this one. Okay. So we'll have some data. Sorry, isn't yearly, but it's either yearly or some iteration of that. But it's not the same group of people. It's some nationally representative population. And so while we can get a picture, just like a static picture of what the health of a population group looks like, we can't see how their health changes over time. And for the kinds of questions that are being brought up, we need to know what's happening, what are the factors that are driving, why health gaps are increasing or decreasing. And the fact of the matter is we don't have a lot of great data, especially for other racial ethnic groups. There are some data sources that have population that include multiple racial ethnic groups and try to oversample groups to be able to get data. Lots of those studies don't necessarily focus on health only. So lots of researchers like Nick and Maggie have used studies, economic studies like the panel study of income dynamics, National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, et cetera, to try to capture some of the health outcomes that are there. There is the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health that does have many racial ethnic groups, and many people have used those data to try to understand mental health pattern changes as best as they can. And I think including social media questions has been more recent. Is there anything I'm missing, Maggie?
Yeah, I think that's... Do you want to... Or you go ahead.
You need to...
Thank you. So I think that there, just like Hetty said, that there are large national quantitative data sets that are not as rich as the Black Women's Health Study. And then there are a growing number of smaller studies that are trying to follow people over time. I'm thinking of the SALSA study, Allison and Yellow's SALSA study, and there are a few other studies. I don't know of any Asian American ones.
There might be one.
Well, but they're...
Oh, go ahead.
No, but they're also small, and they're not nearly as long yet. So
That might be another thing to add as the data sources in our epilogue.
We,
Thank you for that
so
question.
this conversation came up when we first started this project. One other thing that I have to say about this is that each person here in some way kind of like refined the question. And so I remember that we approached Hetty with a question that she was like, that doesn't really work with how we think of this question, of this issue. And I was like, then reframe our question such that it fits within the way that someone in your field would think about it. And I think everyone did that in some way, shape, or form. Because this was longitudinal and because it was informed by another study that crunched the mortality data for the 20th century to understand the drivers of the black-white mortality disparities, we wanted to go as far back as possible, but you also ran into, as Damon was talking about, the shortcomings of the literature. And so overwhelmingly, when you got further back, and then Juontel and I had this conversation as well, you got black-white data, especially pre-1965. That's why, by the way, the panel this afternoon is about inequality post-1965, because you start then getting data around communities that are very central and very important, but are not in the conversation, at least data-wise, earlier. And so, the way that we resolved it was simply, and I would say, I think some version of this to everyone, when you find things that you can bring in that are substantial enough to bring in, then bring them in there. And that's how the kind of thing, but there is a need for an epilogue, which I think it's like, oh, Jelani, you have to write that. It's like, yeah, I don't have anything else to do as dean. That's kind of like, but no, I think it's important that we do clarify like some of those points as well. I think we're at our limit. So there is boxed lunch available in the lobby for everyone. You are welcome. I don't know what the temperature is like. It wasn't that hospitable earlier. So it was like, you're welcome to sit outside. You probably don't want to do that. But you can come back up here and eat, and then we will pick up with the next panel, which will be about covering housing, and Matthew Thompson from the New York Times will be moderating that.
Yes, that's the next panel. Lunch is after Matt.
Oh, wait, is there then we have another panel, and then there's lunch. All right, wait, never mind, don't go anywhere. I'm sorry, I have this wrong.
I'm between the crowd and lunch.
Yeah, now between the crowd and lunch. All right, so we're gonna leave, and then they're gonna talk, and then we'll give you food, okay? Right.
panelists, please join me on stage. Danny. Hi, everyone. I'm Dolores Barclay from the Lippman Center, and I'd like to introduce you to our next panel, which will be led by Matt Thompson, who's editor of Headway at the New York Times. Matt will discuss a story in progress at the Times with Lucy Tompkins, who writes for the Times and the Texas Tribune, and of course, you know, Danny Cumming from Johns Hopkins. Thank you. And as the dean said, please go down to the lobby, which is the second floor. This being a journalism school, we must be specific. It's not the first floor, just one flight down to 2, and pick up your box lunch. You may eat it here if you wish, or if you don't mind the chill, there are tables outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intro, Dolores, and thanks to all of you for being here this morning, and thanks to the rest of my team for being here to join us for the talk. Part of the conversation, the prompt for the conversation is our thinking about, so my thinking in partnership with Lucy, who, as Dolores has mentioned, has been reporting on housing and homelessness for the New York Times and the Texas Tribune for the past couple of years. So we've been working together on trying to trying to find in this universe of historical findings and findings about the present, the structural patterns and the patterns that persist over time, trying to find resonances within what's happening today that we can document through reporting in communities around the country. Our particular mission, and part of the lens that made this project journalistically interesting to me, is to explore the world's challenges through the lens of progress. A lens which I've interpreted first and foremost, I've said, coming into this role as editor of this team, there is no neutral definition of progress. Every definition is and should be contested. The most neutral definition that I can concoct, and physicists will have quibbles with this point, is the forward motion of time. That the surest way of understanding progress is trying to track change through time. The act of trying to track change through time, which, when it comes to a matter like racial inequality, can actually be fairly difficult for some of the reasons that the scholars have highlighted this morning. For one thing, the problem shapeshifts in different eras. In every era, in every age, every decade, you find through these reports how the reassertion of discrimination, of segregation, of the other structural racial dynamics that attend to each of these areas happens just again and again, how the problem sort of reasserts itself even as there is this parallel effort to try to unwind it, to try to address racial inequality, to try to imagine and achieve a state of equity or justice. So that question, these reports offered us an interesting aperture through which to examine that question of both how did we understand the problem of racial inequality over time in these different eras in each of these subject areas. What were the alternative visions in place? What were each generation or each decade of movement makers striving to achieve as an alternative vision of equity or justice in this landscape? And how were those efforts met? How did the problem reassert itself over time? It's not often that we get a synthesis like the ones that have been done in each of these areas that kind of courses through time and really tries to ask the question, how did we see the problem of racial inequality and how did it change? And so it offered us a unique vantage point. Reading the reports, I found myself thinking again and again, as I've told several of the scholars, and Danny, of an exhibition in Paris that W.E.B. Du Bois presented at back at the turn of the 20th century in 1900. W.E.B. Du Bois was undertaking an effort to try to showcase for a European audience, almost for the first time, a vision of black life in America. People had only known black America through a vantage point of subjugation and deprivation and lack, essentially. And part of what W.E.B. Du Bois went to Paris to try to do was to showcase a nation, a people, to illuminate the lives that were being lived by black people in America, the wealth that had been amassed by this group, the educational institutions that had been built, the achievements that had been begun to demonstrate themselves in a record of both photographs of black American life and these unique data visualizations, these sort of handcrafted data visualizations through which Du Bois tried to distill and curate a universe of sociology and social studies in much the same way that our scholars have today, tried to distill this into some shapes and images that could telegraph to a European audience, this is Black America, and this is a vision of Black American life that you haven't seen. Part of what's so interesting about that investigation as compared to this one is that for Du Bois, the vantage point of comparison with white America was relatively meaningless. To have at that time construed black achievement within the context of white American status in the country would have essentially shifted the frame so much as to make the focus on, to attenuate the focus on black Americans. It is not surprising, after all, that a people that came to the US, came to a capitalist country as capital, would be unequal to those who had amassed and held most of the capital in the country at the time. So the vantage point that we take this inquiry in today, to look through the lens of inequality, I think has the power to illuminate not only Black American experiences, but in each of these areas to understand what we have learned as a species, to what humankind has learned about what promotes health, what promotes learning and education, what promotes a stake, having equity in one's society, what promotes a sense of justice and fairness in communities. Looking at these gaps, I think, is a way of looking at each of these areas to understand what have we learned about what makes humans thrive and flourish. So for it's through that lens that I feel excited to get to talk with Danny Cumming and our reporter Lucy Tompkins about both the past and present of how we understand this subject. And I wanted to begin by asking Danny, you've described three forces that have served to make housing inequality concrete over time. Remind us what those forces are, and tell us just a little bit about why those forces are so meaningful.
Sure. Thanks, thanks, Matt. So, yeah, so I in the housing report, I take a long 20th century look at housing inequality, and the three forces that I identify as really, central and crucial to the construction of the housing system and its inequalities is one, citizenship as deeply intertwined with home ownership, and two, race and racism, but more specifically white supremacy, as constitutive of the social construction of property values and real estate. And then the third being the uneven economic and geographic development of the city, especially post-World War II, really locked into place a lot of the inequities we've been discussing today through the maldistribution of resources siphoned from cities, hoarded within the suburbs, and then, as Matt was saying, made manifest and more concrete through state-backed infrastructure. So those are really the three themes that emerge as crucial and pertinent to understanding inequality through housing. But I also think it's really important that you started this conversation with Du Bois. not only because he's the most prominent intellectual of the 20th century, but when he was writing at the turn of the century and really elevating black knowledge production in contrast and in conversation, if not a challenge, to white knowledge production through the field of sociology. He's advancing an argument for black life and black well-being that is fundamentally not read and understood by the field of academics and sociologists and people who are starting to, at that moment in the early 20th century, ask questions of, the problem of the slums, quote unquote, but one that is deeply intertwined with the problem of the Negro, quote unquote. And this is the birth of the Great Migration, the first waves of Southerners who were leaving the rural plantation south into first southern cities and then migrating to northern cities following jobs and opportunity and fleeing the racial violence of white supremacy. And at that same time, Du Bois writes The Philadelphia Negro, which is one of the first sociology studies of urban place that tries to understand the Seventh Ward of Philadelphia and its black population not as culturally or behaviorally deviant or diseased or threats to property and order, which is how a lot of white society was understanding these problems as they interlinked, but really arguing that no, due to white discrimination and confinement and really hoarding of property and jobs and opportunity, that is where we can start to understand this problem. That's where we can start to tease apart this understanding of inner city life, and one that is not as culturally demeaning, and one that respects and understands really the material forces here at work. And so he does a fantastic job looking at race and capital as deeply co-constitutive in a way that the emerging field of sociology wasn't. And that's the Chicago school, famously, and the way that they started to misunderstand and misinterpret and racialize different groups within the city as inherently problematic. And Du Bois, and really what becomes the Atlanta School of Sociology, is starting to say, no, we need to understand, foremost, people as segregated and then subordinated under white supremacy. And that is really the origins of the problem. That's the starting point of the conversation.
So when I hear you say that, and especially when I hear you talk about citizenship intertwined with homeownership, part of what I think of is the exploration that we've undertaken, the reporting that we've undertaken over the past 2 years to look specifically at homelessness. You can think of homelessness as being almost antithetical to homeownership in the scale. You can think of it as being, being dispossessed of land to which you have any right, as being sort of the opposite condition of owning title to your land in this country. And so when we think about home ownership as a precondition essentially to full democratic participation, I think it's instructive to actually look at the opposite condition, to look at homelessness as what is it, for the same reason that you just cited, Danny, when we imagine people in this condition as themselves being problems, when they're spoken of as problems in this condition. Homelessness, incidentally, is one of those areas that is a barometer of racial inequality in the U.S. 40% of people experiencing homelessness in the U.S. are Black Americans. Here in New York, about 56% of those households experiencing homelessness are headed by Black Americans. So it is one of those vantage points of American life that both kind of showcases the democracy working and not working, and also showcases inequality and where it lacks. I'm curious, Lucy, for you, what have you learned in 2 years now of covering homelessness about why it is so, about what it means to be able to participate, what housing is as a barrier or vehicle to participate in society?
Yeah, so for the past 2 years, I, along with my colleagues at Headway, have been investigating homelessness and looking at sort of paths toward progress, and we did a deep dive on Houston and looked at how Houston has stood out as a model for a city that's found a way to reduce homelessness. And in that reporting, I've spent a lot of time talking with people who are experiencing homelessness. Followed one woman as she worked to get out of that situation and to find a stable home, which ended up taking a year of moving from shelter to shelter while trying to keep a job, while trying to make her health appointments. And her story and the story of lots of other people that we've talked to really illustrated that without stable housing, meeting the basic needs of life is a full-time job. It's all-consuming to be thinking every day about where you're going to sleep, where you're going to eat, where you're going to bathe, where you can leave your things safely, and it occupies all of a person's really headspace to just try to survive in that condition, and leaves very little room for participating, as you said, in society in other ways, like keeping a job or for kids, stable housing is super important for their educational achievement, and it's very disruptive to also, be in unstable housing or living in shelters. So it is the foundation on which everything else can be built.
Yeah, and it's sort of a striking note for me, thinking and understanding that we've devoted at this point a substantial number of lives to navigating homelessness as a full-time job. What that means, what the implications of that are, is itself worthy of, I would say, deep examination. So one of the most recent things that we've done has been to just talk to as many individuals after we reported the story that Lucy was talking about, is set in Houston, the package of stories set in Houston, about their efforts to fight against homelessness. We heard from many people that part of what was most important to marinate in about these experiences is just the stories themselves, the journeys that people had taken. And so our most recent publication on that front was a suite of different experiences with homelessness and what those looked like. But I'm curious, Danny, our modern understanding of homelessness is actually fairly modern, and I'm curious if you have a read on the different eras that we've gone through with respect to housing, going back to the early 20th century, how we considered it. In 100 years ago, they probably would not have talked about homelessness in the terms that they talked about today. So what was the problem of housing 100 years ago from the vantage point of that generation's Black reformers and movement makers?
Yeah, that's quite a big question. But I think what's really important is to think of these categories that become useful to us and when they become useful. And homelessness itself as a category that I think Lucy does a fabulous job reporting on is fairly recent, right? If within the last 30 to 40 years or so. And this, ironically, is after the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is a crucial turning point in the history of housing in this country. And it's amidst the throes of deindustrialization, privatization, reactionary backlash from largely white conservatives, politicians, and their suburban homeowning base. But also it's the transformation of the housing stock itself. And so what I want to talk about is kind of tracing the earlier periods of housing to the creation of homelessness as a problem due to the destruction of affordable housing, due to the quote-unquote end of public housing as we know it, these intersecting forces that by the 1980s and the early 1990s and all through today start to produce this problem of homelessness. So really early in the 20th century, what we have is, as I kind of mentioned, this is a moment of sociology, but it's also a moment of real estate values cohering into material wealth for people in cities, for people who can own and leverage their property. And this is, as you would expect, this is a highly racialized product. Property value itself is a product that at the time even land value theorists were starting to understand, well, where does value come from? How do we understand property value? And what are these homeowners associations who are so violently intent on protecting their neighborhood boundaries? Why? And so this earlier period, homelessness probably, doesn't show up in the census the same way that it would by, early 20th century. But it does, point to this deep connection between citizenship and property. And the way that citizenship is directly tied to home ownership, and those who do not own homes are not going to be able to call on the same constitutionally protected rights as a homeowner. And in this country in particular, that home ownership right is both legal, it is economic, but it is also cultural too. And so there's a deep stigma attached to folks who cannot attach themselves to that category and cannot claim its membership and its benefits. And that's a really early 20th century problem as these labor markets, but also these real estate markets start to form in cities. By the 1930s is a really crucial turning point. This is the creation of the New Deal state. This is in which the Homeowners Loan Corporation, in the famous redlining maps or infamous redlining maps, but also the Federal Housing Administration, which arguably did more to segregate the metropolis than the Homeowners Loan Corporation, as well as the VA, the Veterans Administration, that then also got into the business of home financing. This is the expansion of a U.S. middle class through an interventionist state, one that is bent on saving capital from itself by going into partnerships with private landlords, real estate owners, lenders in particular, and developers. And really, by the 1930s, you had the Great Depression and this problem of what do we do with all this declining housing stock and the people who are suffering within it. We need to tie our housing production program to a jobs program, and we need to clear out a lot of the quote-unquote blight that is affecting our cities. Now, blight is a really racialized term at this point in particular, but it's one that's forged decades earlier by the sociologists and land theory developers who are starting to think about major problems within the city, affecting cities' tax bases, affecting homeowners' wealth, affecting basic functionings of social and civic services. And so this problem of blight gets tied to not just white families who are able to gain access to home finance mortgages outside the city, but also how we remake the cities themselves through public housing program. And that's through the Housing Act of 1937, so there's a slight precursor. And then tied to the Housing Act of 1949, which is bent on slum clearance and of blight and public housing built in its stead to contain and corral the poor, which are now problematize themselves as issues in the city. This then takes on a new momentum and a path as it secures more federal funding, receives real benefits from the industrial society and the wartime booms that come with. But also as the Great Migration picks up and you have more and more people moving into the cities, you have more and more people, black people in particular, who are then exposed to these really demeaning and stigmatized ideas of where they live and the value in which they now embody based on where they live. So their homes and their neighborhoods are being raised and redeveloped under the guise of improvement and uplift. James Baldwin memorably described this as Negro removal, because of the population that was most affecting. And this was really a post-war phenomenon. At the height of the welfare state, we had a housing system that was publicly backing an exclusive, racially and class exclusive suburban model of home ownership in the suburbs, and then containing, quote unquote, the problems of the inner city, which were largely black and brown and viewed as disease and disordered and threats to the system that was now producing and reproducing property value. At the same time, this third tier of the housing system, which scholars are now beginning to bring into the picture, is the low-income property market in which it was captured by slumlords. So tenants in the inner cities who are not able to get into public housing because it really wasn't an exclusive program that was underfunded from the get-go. And a really desirable program because it was so much better than the slum conditions in which most people were living, most black folks in particular were living. Everybody who could not get in was then totally exposed and made vulnerable by predatory slumlords. Fast forward to the 1960s, when we do have the Fair Housing Act, we do have the Civil Rights Movement, the unprecedented achievement to gain access into these credit markets and into the home financing system, into the promise of home ownership itself for African Americans. What we see then is a dynamic that Keeanga Yamada Taylor calls predatory inclusion, in which these very same real estate coalitions backed by politicians then start to see these new federal programs and the monies committed to them as ways to bring home buyers into a conventional mortgage, but under predatory terms, under which a lot of them then are failing on their payments, getting foreclosed upon and then turning into a recyclable mode of capital production for these landlords and their partners. So that is a major turning point that I mentioned in the 20th century. But then we enter into this era of deindustrialization, privatization. Public housing itself is becoming deeply stigmatized. It is becoming poorer due to structural reasons, not due to the tenants themselves as much as the popular narrative would like us to have it. But this leads to de facto demolition, which Edward Getz talks about as a political retrenchment and pullback from a public promise of housing and a public promise of affordable housing. So we get to this death of public housing. We get to affordable housing being its replacement, but at the same time we're losing single room occupancy units, which was basically housing of last resort. We're losing public housing units, which again, provides home and community for people who need it and want to escape the predation of the private market. We're losing an untold number of deeply affordable units to the private market through Section 8, through low-income housing tax credits, through Hope 6, through mixed income models, and really what we have is a vast constriction of affordability. And it's through the material and the built environment itself, and it creates this problem of homelessness, people who are not able to secure shelter. And it points to a central dynamic in the report, and one which I want to kind of end on, is this deep contradiction, this paradox between housing as real estate versus housing as a home. And this is the difference between an exchange value and use value, but it's one under which a racialized capitalized system reproduces inequality because housing is a commodity that can be an asset value or an investment vehicle, and one that is not socially guaranteed or protected for everybody.
So that's a perfect landing point, because it makes me want to ask about a circumstance in which, okay, so let's go one tier up from homelessness, people's ability to buy property. So Black Americans, Latino Americans, we get the message. The system is privileging folks who are able to own and amass property. So we turn to what vehicles we can. One of them might be, for example, purchasing mobile homes. Lucy, I would love you to tell the story of the mobile home park that you covered in Texas and what happened there.
So last summer, I heard about this mobile home park in South Austin that had been purchased by a real estate investor from California. And this park was home to about 50 households. It had been there since the 1960s. There were a lot of families that had lived there for generations. It was very entrenched, tight-knit, mostly Latino families. And for a long time, it was sort of on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by undeveloped wooded areas. But as Austin has grown in the last few decades, the city developed around this park, and the land that it sat on, increased dramatically in value. So, for what's complicated about mobile home parks is that families own the homes, but lease the land underneath them. So they're in this very tenuous position where, if an owner decides to sell, as they did in this case, people don't have any claim to the land that they're living on, and in this case, they were expected to move their homes or sell their homes, but mobile homes, despite their name, are really not made to be moved, especially ones that have sat in the same place and might be 40, 50 years old. So I decided to follow what happened to these families and what this meant for them. And what was really striking about this displacement was that it wasn't, kind of a gradual change in a neighborhood. It was a sudden loss of a community from 1 month to the next. And people had to leave the city altogether to find housing that they could afford. Some had to abandon their homes in the park. Some took on debt to move their homes to other lots, which damaged the homes in a lot of cases. and some moved to apartments where they were paying 2 or 3 times what they'd been paying before. So yeah, they had really no claim to this home, and mobile homes are, I think, the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing that we have in this country. It's a very important resource for cities, but this is happening all over the country, and so Austin has, through this process, lost a really valuable collection of affordable homes, which it desperately needs. I forgot to mention that this displacement almost happened a couple years prior for this community, but they had organized and formed a tenants union and convinced the city to zone the whole property so that it could only be used for mobile homes, because they were worried that the owner was going to develop apartments or something on the land. And so this was a big victory for them, and they saw it as kind of a line of defense against future development. But just a couple of years later, the land was sold, and this new developer planned to turn it into a luxury RV park. So he could keep the zoning the same, but still displace all of these families. So they had really no option in this case.
So when I think about the problem shape-shifting, this is one of the reference points that comes to mind. A tenants union is formed, tenants organize towards an answer to prevent themselves from being dispossessed of housing, and then a luxury RV park developer is able to take advantage of the new zoning designation and putatively keep the land an RV park. That kind of leads me to my next line of inquiry for you, Danny, which is, this is one sort of vivid and contemporary example of people organizing themselves to try to bend the system in their favor. And I'm curious, what are some of those examples that stick out to you from your read of the literature? What are ways, as the problems of racial discrimination, as the problems of citizenship being tied to property ownership, as the problems of privileging housing as a commodity over housing as shelter, set in and repeat themselves over decades, what are ways that activists and movement makers start imagining outside that system that strike you from the literature? Yeah, there is a long and celebrated history of tenant struggle in this country, a long and celebrated history of homeowner struggle, particularly through the Black Freedom Movement. And the way I think one way to think about this really is there is kind of, back to your question about progress, right? This assumption of seamless progress over time. But historically, that's just not how things work. There is no progress without struggle. And I think the history of housing struggle really shows that. And you go all the way back to 1901. You could look at the Tenement Reform Act, I believe, which was the first comprehensive reform for building codes and hazardous conditions under which people were living in New York City. And that was the result of an incredible upsurgence of progressives who were fighting to improve the lot of the most vulnerable among them, people who are living in horrid conditions without sanitation, light even, just high rates of disease and death. And through that, what we get is a landmark Reform Act, and that inspires other Reform Acts throughout the country. You see this tenement reforms taking shape, from New York all the way to the West Coast, where then it gets embedded in code reform, which is kind of a movement to legalize and hold landlords accountable for the types of shelter they're providing. Municipal code reform, and then eventually zoning laws, all springs from this. But at the same time, it's deeply intertwined with the racialization of others. On the West Coast, it's a xenophobic yellow peril among Chinese laborers and Chinese launderers in particular, laundromat workers, who are subject to some of the first applications of municipal code reform as a way to shut down their business and protect white customer base from the assumptions of germs and disease that will follow, cleaned laundry, clean linens to white homes. So we see this kind of like
progress as this kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because then this code reform movement takes shape into the racial zoning movement, which in Baltimore is really a national leader in 1910 through 1917. But it spreads to other cities, Louisville, Chicago, everywhere else where there's a sizable black population. And racial zoning becomes a way for white homeowners to protect their properties under the guise of health, under the guise of reform, racialized fears of tuberculosis spreading. Very similar logics. They operate within the crucible of reform that is interested more in kind of a reformist reform, a way to make the system work better. But this is a predatory extractive system, right? It's not, these are reforms that are smoothing very sharp edges and allowing for the greater facilitation of profit making. And the counter would be a more revolutionary or transformative reform, but as you're thinking about this dynamic, this is how it unfolds over time. And so the racial zoning campaigns across the country are eventually struck down by the Supreme Court, which Buchanan v. Worley in 1917, which is an amazing landmark decision. But again, the logics of, okay, how can we continue to protect our property value and encourage its reproduction over time, leads to the formation of white homeowners associations who are now going into private deal-making amongst themselves to create racial restrictive covenants, which are documents attached to deeds then saying, well, black people in particular cannot live anywhere close to us. What we're going to do is protect our property value. Again, kind of under this is a reformist. It is a reform based on the expectation that a white homeowner and therefore a citizen, backed by the Constitution and the protections embedded in it, should be able to profit from the land that they own under them. Right. So we have this 2 steps forward, 1 step back dynamic. This wax and wane. But even by the 1930s, when we're starting to get political leadership, black American political leadership in particular, into the Roosevelt White House. This is Robert Weaver. He's the head of the Home and Housing Finance Administration, later the first black HUD secretary in the 1960s. And he's part of Roosevelt's black cabinet. In the 1930s, as black Americans are starting to realize that they're becoming redlined, they're going through backdoor channels, sending him direct messages saying, hey, we're discovering that African Americans are not getting the same home loans, that the FHA was requiring restrictive covenants to be attached to deeds, that our local office, again, the localism of this the New Deal project, is incredibly discriminatory. In fact, it is riven with Jim Crow through and through. So what are we going to do about this? And again, that's where you get this confluence of grassroots activists, well-positioned politicians, then also talking to legal scholars, lawyers, and other folks who are interested in fair housing as a way to push and push and push the federal government to eventually outlaw restrictive covenants by 1948 through Shelley v. Kramer, get the FHA to eventually get rid of its explicitly racialized language, get the National Association of Real Estate Board, which since 1924 had forced its members, its realtors, to not ever allow African Americans into white protected spaces, this promotion of homogeneity as a market value. And that all starts to get stripped away as the edifice of Jim Crow and really racial apartheid baked into the New Deal state is starting to be eroded, by this decades-long civil rights movement that is fighting this fight. And eventually we get to the 1968 Fair Housing Act. JFK is willing to extend certain olive branches, but it doesn't come until Martin Luther King is taking the civil rights fight up north and going to Chicago through the Open City campaign, getting absolutely brutalized at the time, and running smack dab into white homeowners associations who are absolutely livid at the prospect of desegregating their spaces of privilege and power. And so it's not until we have this massive fight that we start to see these transformations. And in public housing too, we see poor black women who are organizing into tenants rights organizations and then later pairing with welfare rights organizations to say, hey, we have a direct line to the state. We can make, like I said earlier, property is a relation to the state. We can make specific demands on the state. We can open up health clinics within public housing. We can ensure there's recreation opportunities for our children. We can get rid of somebody who is discriminating against us directly, a building manager. We have power and we have leverage. And so that's where you get a lot of this this push and pull, this notion of progress is not linear, not seamless, but doesn't come through with explicit, deep, and intergenerational struggle. And I can go more, but sorry, Dolores.
All right. I do want to give Lucy the chance to talk about one thing, one story that sort of imagines it's a contemporary. When we first came to Houston, we had asked about this sort of same question. Often you find we cover phenomena in cities within a political time frame. We're looking at, what is happening within the course of a mayoral term or a presidential term or what have you. But the problems that we are covering have often wound up over decades. And so when we look to activists, reformers, and movement makers who are trying to alter the system, part of what they're looking at are these ideas that span generations in some cases. And one of them, which Houston was an interesting case study of 2 years ago, was the Community Land Trust. Tell me a little bit about where that idea came from, what it is, and how it moved. And then I would like to give the opportunity for one great question. So think about what that is and claim your right to the mic.
Okay, I'll try to sum up this model quickly, but it is a little bit complicated. So a community land trust, it's a model that's used today for creating permanently affordable housing, and it originated in the 1960s in Georgia, out of Black Americans' struggle for land tenure. Sharecroppers were being evicted from white-owned land for things like registering to vote or speaking out about segregation, and Black farmers were losing land, and so a group of civil rights leaders and other activists came together to kind of think of a new model for retaining land and sort of protecting their own community. And what they came up with is called a community land trust. And so the model originated in this rural area, but has since been adopted by cities all over the country, and it's essentially a communal way of owning land. So a nonprofit led by community members mostly will acquire properties all over a city and then sell the homes on that land to low-income families who otherwise wouldn't be able, most likely, to afford a home. And then the land under the homes is retained by the nonprofit and held in trust in perpetuity. So families pay a small fee to lease the land and then own the home, get a chance at home ownership, gain equity. They can pass the home down to future generations. And there's a cap on how much the home can appreciate in value each year, which families agree to when they join the program. Is this one working? Okay. So there's a cap on the home's appreciation, which means that in 5, 10, 20 years, when the home is sold to the next family, it'll remain affordable for low-income families. So it's really unique in this way. Most other affordable home programs create housing that's affordable for up to maybe 15 years, but a community land trust creates this permanent resource and sort of stands outside of the way that we typically think about property ownership in this country, which is to really benefit the individual and profit the individual. This is thinking about how can we benefit a community as a whole over time and share this resource of land. Yeah.
And Houston was on track to have the largest one.
Yes, Houston wanted to have the largest one and take this model to new heights, and it hasn't reached its goals, but it is growing and doing this, and I reported on that process as well and some of the struggles of getting a model like this that that is sort of wonky and doesn't fit super neatly into our usual housing programs and ways of thinking about property, just how challenging it can be to integrate that. Yeah.
I want to make room for one scintillating question. Does anybody want to step to the mic? All right, hearing none, I want to not be an impediment between you all and your box lunches. So I want to thank our panelists. Lucy, thank you so much for joining us. Danny, thank you so much for your work and for the report. And thanks to all of you for joining us again. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back, and we are going to proceed with the next part of our discussion. So, and that is post-1965, and there'll be a conversation about inequality and covering inequality. And so we have a really amazing set of folk here that I'm happy to have with us. So as I call your names, if you can please come up and have a seat. Elijah Anderson, the sociologist and ethnographer from Yale University and author of, I don't even remember how many books, most recently Black and White Space. And Maria Bustillos, who is the founding editor of Popula, and we're very happy to have her with us today as well. Gina Chua, who is executive editor of Semafor. Can you slide over one seat? Can you go one seat, my seat? Thank you. And Jerry Mitchell, who is a longtime friend of Columbia Journalism School. I can't even remember how many things we've collaborated on with you, but is the founder of the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting. And I am still Jelani Cobb, so. All right, everyone. Okay. The box lunch? I'm sorry, what was this?
How did we get this coveted post-lunch slot?
Oh, I know, right? So I can tell you all, an experience I had, which is that when I was a young professor, I was like very happy. I took it's like pride in my evaluations, which is a kind of losing game in the first place. But I had like these consistently high evals. But I had this one class, like no matter what I did, I could not drag them to be interested in this subject matter. I was like, oh, I should probably take a different approach and be more interactive. Nothing. It's like, I should be funnier. Nothing. And it was like, I should change. Nothing. No matter what I did, I could not get these students to engage. And then at the end of the semester, predictably, worst evals that I'd gotten like ever. And I was kind of like, it was just bad chemistry. I was never going to actually like make this class work. And then it occurred to me, this class met at 1 p.m. right after lunch. And also, I taught at Spelman College in Atlanta. Have any of you ever seen an HBCU lunch? It is Thanksgiving. Like, we had fried chicken Wednesday and fried fish Friday. Like, they were comatose. That's why they weren't really like there. But I have no doubt that we will, through the sheer weight of your insights, your brilliance, and we will keep everyone engaged here. So I want to start, and we can start, with Jerry and kind of work our way this way, with the exception of Elijah, because I want to have a different question for you. For the three journalists who are on this side of it, to talk about the way in which the coverage of inequality has changed in the course of your careers, and the things that you see around inequality that still remain kind of frustrating oversights. For Jerry in particular, you have a really crucial vantage point for the work you do at the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting, which has done just trailblazing and groundbreaking work in the area of covering civil rights cold cases. And so if we start down there and can work our way back over this way.
Yeah, so anyway, I was a young reporter and just started writing about these civil rights cold cases, and Medgar Evers, who was assassinated in Jackson, and the other cases that I ended up working on, but basically began to go interview these killers, the killer of Medgar Evers, the people who were involved with the Birmingham church bombing that killed the 4 girls, and other things like that. And, you know, you think about our justice system, I mean, you know, we kind of typically focus on, as we were talking earlier, the effects on the African American community, but the other part of that equation is the inequalities were also going the other direction as well, which were letting these killers basically get away with murder. And so that's kind of what I began to write about and began to cover. If you're so inclined, I do have a book on it called Race Against Time, so anyway, if you want to read it. But that's how I began. I kind of, sometimes people ask me how I chose to do that, and I kind of think of Fannie Lou Hamer's remark. Someone asked her why she got involved in the civil rights movement. She said, I didn't choose it, it chose me. And so I kind of feel that way about the work. Because I knew nothing. I was hopelessly ignorant about all of that era of the civil rights, you know, the atrocities that had taken place. And you might as well, and we can extend that to today, to say, now all of a sudden people say, oh, well, we don't want our kids to learn about this because it's so comfortable, and things like that, and which is kind of stunning, isn't it? But maybe what was written in 1984 is true. Whoever gets to control the past also gets to control the present and the future. And so I think Orwell had it right on that. And it's just, I just find it very interesting. Wow.
Do you want to grab the other mic?
I just find it interesting that people want to do that, but people who have actually read my stories or read my book, it's been interesting to see responses. By the way, I do, again, not as an advertisement, but I do post every day, kind of today in civil rights history. And one of the reasons I do that is because often it's not taught in schools. And the response to it has always been really fascinating. I posted on Facebook, I posted on Twitter, but basically, people will say, I never knew this. And that's part of the problem we have going on right now, is we keep repeating our history because we don't know our history. And history is typically not, doesn't directly repeat itself, but it runs in concentric circles. And that's what I think is going on these days. So that led me into these various cases, as I mentioned about it. I'll tell one story from it, you know, or one case to kind of let it be emblematic. I went and interviewed the killer of Medgar Evers, whose name was Byron D. LeBeckwith, and he was the one who murdered Medgar Evers in his driveway on the same night that President Kennedy gave the speech, his first civil rights speech, basically said in that speech that the grandsons of slaves were still not free. And Medgar was killed on that night. His wife, children rushed out, saw the blood, screamed. So fast forward, I'm talking to his killer. This is April of 1990. I'd already been writing about the case, went and interviewed him. So I spent about 6 hours talking to this guy, absolute most racist person I ever spent serious time with. It was like N-word this, N-word that. And then he started on all the other non-white races and was also very, very anti-Semitic. He's a part of what's called Christian Identity, if you've ever heard of that. And essentially white supremacist religion. So anyway, it was you know how some people you talk to after you get done, you feel like maybe you need a bath or something, you know? That's what it felt like. So it was dark by this point. He insisted on like walking me out to the car, and I'm like, really? That's okay. You know, I think I can find my car. So he gets me out to my car, points his finger at me, says, if you write positive things about white Caucasian Christians, God will bless you. If you write negative things about white Caucasian Christians, God will punish you. If God does not punish you directly, several individuals will do it for him. Mm. And so his wife had made me a sandwich. I think you can guess what I did with the sandwich after that. But anyway, it was an interesting experience. He wound up being convicted in that case, and as well as these other claims. In fact, there have been 24 convictions in these cases, which was an amazing journey. But it also made me begin to look also at these other areas. Is this still not working?
I don't know what our deal is with our microphones.
I'll shout out if nothing else.
Yeah.
Try this one, see if
Okay.
All right.
Sorry about that. Anyway,
it's a conspiracy by the white Caucasian.
Yeah, I know. Beckwith's back from the grave. But yeah, it's been an interesting experience. So this led me into obviously other areas of looking at. I've covered criminal justice system. And after all these years of covering the criminal justice system, what you would have to say is there is just a different system of justice for those who are impoverished and those who have lots of money. It's just a whole different system, and especially affects obviously communities of color. And I remember not long ago I was interviewing. There were these 3 black men who were exonerated. Yet another case that DNA exonerated. False confession was involved in this, and it's just all sorts of things that we typically, as someone who grew up with this, thought, oh, nobody falsely confesses. Oh, nobody. But if the police are beating them, you know, you can get false confessions and all sorts of things. Anyway, but I'll never forget, the families are talking about carpooling to the prison. And this was like different individuals. And as someone who grew up white, American, I had never dawned on that experience, if that makes any sense. So like that was something I had never really thought about. Wait a minute. See how many people are being affected by this, you know, over incarceration and other things and wrongful convictions and things like that, which disproportionately affect black Americans. Black men are 7 times more likely to be wrongly convicted than white Americans. And so I began going down that trail. One of the more recent ones that I came across that was interesting because you're talking about education, and I thought this would be interesting to look at nationally. Mississippi actually kept track of its education funding by race. So I thought, how much have black schools been, I thought maybe someone had already figured this, but nobody had that I could find. How much were black schools underfunded in Mississippi compared to white schools during the Jim Crow era? So I was able to get figures from 1890 to 1960 and was able to do the math on that and translate it into modern dollars. Black students and black schools were underfunded to the tune of $25 billion. $25 billion. That's just Mississippi. And you start thinking about what would that figure be like nationally? What would that kind of thing look like nationally? So that's something I think would be a great project if someone was interested in funding it and doing it, to look at it nationally, because some of the other southern states did the same, and there may be some other way you could figure it on a national basis. But the more you look at it, the more staggering some of these figures are. You know, and I know prisons in Mississippi are almost, you know, 75, 80%, you know, people of color. And so it's a really unfortunate situation that we have. But Mississippi, as I like to say, is the best of America and the worst of America. So I just think we're America exaggerated. You know, we in so many areas of inequality we could talk about. We have some of the world's most impoverished people living on some of the world's richest soil. You have some of the world's greatest writers with the highest illiteracy rate, and so many other things like that. Mississippi was called like to call themselves the hospitality state. That was the slogan, a tourism slogan. At the same time they had that tourism slogan, they were leading the nation in the lynchings of African Americans. So America has long had this horrible paradox of mistreatment of people of color. And so I just consider myself kind of privileged to be able to cover some of that. I don't know if I covered all of what you wanted me to cover there, but it has changed in some sense, but I think it's kind of circling back as well. I know that in Mississippi, for example, anything that the Mississippi legislature, which is now not just predominantly white, but also a supermajority of Republicans, they believe anything that they perceive, not whether it's reality or not, but anything they perceive as benefiting African Americans typically gets underfunded or cut back or anything like that. And for years it was welfare funding and that kind of thing. And more lately it's been public education, things like that. Although it's been interesting, obviously you've probably followed the news about the welfare scandal in Mississippi, the $77 million, you know, that went away, and 5 million of which Brett Favre was wanting to spend of welfare money spent on his daughter's volleyball court. And more recently than that, it's come out that the current governor, his wife, got $10,000 in Head Start funding to publish her little book called Fred the Turtle. And so they used $10,000 in Head Start funding to pay for publishing her book, which is like, really? So which has spawned a whole series of editorial cartoons, as you can imagine. But anyway, it's Mississippi, whatever it is, we do it to the highest levels, you know, whether that's good or terrible. So anyway.
So you said something earlier.
Sure.
About you know, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, we repeat our history because we don't know it. Yeah.
But I always feel like that's a very idealistic statement.
Right.
And the reason I think that is that, you know, sometimes we repeat our history precisely because people have learned from it.
No, I think that's true as well.
And what I mean by that is that, you know, it occurred to me that there's a real significant implication to the fact that the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, graduated from Yale with, I think, a 3.7 GPA and the degree in history.
Right, he knows history.
And that state has now kind of led the way for making it more difficult for people to actually get access to that information.
Yeah, they want to take books away, and they don't want to teach African American history. By the way, I'll put in another plug. This weekend, and you should be able to watch it online through Millsap's Facebook page, Millsap College Facebook page, but we're actually helping sponsor Mississippi's first ever Banned Books Festival. So Angie Thomas, yeah.
Happy reading.
Absolutely. Jasmine Ward, Kiese Lehman, and lots of, Anna Wolf, who's did the coverage, the welfare funding coverage I mentioned, is going to be there. So it's going to be a good,
Gina,
good group.
I wanted to get your vantage point as well on the same original question.
Sure. It is on. Okay. Well, look, so I think very distinguished panel. I'm distinguished by not being distinguished, but I'm also distinguished by being probably the only non-American here, and I did not grow up in this country. So it's.
Oh wait.
I did not.
Okay,
So I did
yeah.
not grow up in this country, so I don't have the same views. Well, I'm happy to riff because you can't get me away from my. 1965 is an interesting year because it's the year that I ceased being a colonial subject and became a citizen of a country. And so I think part of the interesting...
And you should start by telling us what country you're referring to.
Singapore, British colony, but I did spend a lot of time in the Philippines, which was American colony. And I think what's interesting also when you talk about these is kind of the export of some of the models of inequality. The American policing system actually and military training has really sort of spread around the world through aid, and that has embedded some of those systems around the world as well. So I think it's interesting when you think about inequalities and inequality in America and from America, and how that has affected many other parts of the world. I wanted to just sort of take a little bit of a riff backwards, if you like, and just, and clearly there's been great coverage of inequality. So in terms of the coverage of inequality, I think there's no question that it is better than it was 50 years ago. But having said that, I think there's two issues that I think structurally as an industry we don't do as well as we should do. One is really just kind of the question of what a story is, and I think this is one of the key issues that we face. We tend to not spend as much time looking at structural and systemic inequalities as much as we want to find bad guys. We want people to go to jail. We're very happy. We win Pulitzer Prizes. But and when you've got really big numbers, when you've got huge levels of inequality, I think people sit up and pay attention. It's much harder to talk about sort of the grinding day-to-day inequality, and I think that that's something that journalism as a industry needs to try and grapple with, because it's very hard to cover that. The other thing, which I think, and that's, to some extent, that's kind of the overseas policing thing. You can find cases where torturers have been trained at, West Point or whatever, and that's great. But it doesn't cover sort of what has been embedded in a police system overseas. The other thing I think that is one of one of the issues that we as an industry are getting better at, but it remains a key blind spot for us, is essentially the issue of what is a visible story. What is a story to us? What matters and what doesn't matter? Gary Young, the columnist for The Guardian, now I think a lecturer in I don't know what university in the UK, did this great piece, right, about dog bites man, man bites dog, what's a story? And I think he made two really good points there. One is the definition of news is man bites dog. Dog bites man, nobody cares, plane takes off, doesn't crash, not a story, plane crashes, it's a story. And there are two issues. One is sometimes dogs biting men are the story, and forget which, the Marshall Project and various other people, I think, did a story about police dogs biting people of color, and that was in fact the story, and had not been covered. And Gary's point was, black people getting killed by police on a regular basis, not really a story, because by definition it's not newsworthy, because it happens so much, and that is a problem. And the other problem, of course, is who decides what is a man biting a dog, and that is by definition something out of your experience, something that is not normal. And the trouble is that most people who make news decisions, in myself included, live in particular worlds, and so we don't see other people's experiences. I, for the life of me, could not figure out, what are the issues that affect the black community, even around the neighborhood that I live in. I can put in the effort, but I don't sometimes even know what the questions are. And so that's where I think representation and greater sensitivity in newsrooms becomes critical, and too often we haven't done that. And so I think that's one of the key issues. As representation increases in newsrooms, I think people sort of start to understand that there are normals that are beyond the ones that they live with and they don't understand. So, and I'll take a very simple, very personal case for me. There's, at this point, what are we in March? We're in sort of middle of March. there's 350 some bills that have been filed, some passed in state legislatures across the country that target the trans community. And they range everything from, whether you want to debate the question about gender care for minors, all the way through to laws that would effectively ban all gender treatments for all adults, through to bathroom bills that would make it a felony for me to walk into a bathroom if there's a minor present, to sports, there's a zillion of those bills. There's incredibly little coverage of that. And the reason for that, is we're 0.6% of the population. Nobody sees the, and I'm not making a case for special treatment of the trans community, although I will make the case, but simply to say that as we think about issues of inequality and as an industry think about covering them, it really starts with what the questions are, and I think we haven't really even always gotten to the point of what the right questions are, even as coverage has improved dramatically.
So just follow up with that. These are political decisions. How do you gauge the receptivity around these issues for a second, third year reporter, a junior person saying to their editor or to more established people in their news organization, we need to think seriously about how we are covering this issue? And do you think there's headway in the way that that conversation is being had?
I think there's some headway, and again, it depends on the organization. I think the older organization, I just came from, just left a 175-year organization and joined a 4-month-old organization. And it's one of these cliches, right? But I am the oldest person in this organization at this point, and everybody's 20 years younger than me, by and large. You learn from the younger people. I mean, I think really there is something to be said about getting out of the way, or at least being receptive to listening to people who have very different experiences, and that includes generational differences. And again, I don't think we do a great. I don't even think representation sometimes helps. I mean, I can tell you, I've worked at the Wall Street Journal, I've worked at Reuters, I've worked at the South China Morning Post, and to a large extent, it didn't matter who I was, right? I was a Asian, non-American, whatever. But I can walk into the Wall Street Journal, and if you haven't figured out what a Wall Street Journal story is, you are not getting anywhere. So whatever lived experience you bring to the table, you understand if you want to be successful, you have to fit into the system. And until the system changes, the stories don't change and the papers don't change.
There was I had a really interesting conversation with a journalist recently about the Time magazine cover of O.J. Simpson, in which they had digitally darkened his skin, and what the implications of that were. And at the time, a number of people at Time, when there was an outcry among African Americans, a number of people at Time did the real racist thing, the real racist reversal, where he said, not only are we not racist, but you're racist for implying that we were racist in darkening his skin. And that was how that conversation was had. And so this journalist who I talked to about this about 2 weeks ago for a story said one of the other things that came up was, well, there was this black journalist who saw it. And everyone kept pointing to this one black journalist who saw the digital manipulation. And I was like, and what exactly was supposed to happen? Like, was he supposed, like, you all are doing something very racist, and then there'd be like 0 black journalists in the organization, because he also knew that the receptivity of that environment. And so I just think that there's like the interesting point that you make. And so Maria, if we could start with the original question with you as well.
Yeah, this has been really interesting. I have a shorter career than some here, but I do have a kid. And I agree so much with what Gina said about how I learned everything I know about this from her and her friends. And that at the same time that there's been a huge change, I would say the biggest change that there's been, I grew up in a world that was believing in incrementalism and, you know, the carousel of progress, and there was a great big beautiful, the moon landing, you know, yay, progress. And everybody just believed that things were gonna get better. Maybe they're not great right now, but it's like humanity is on an oiled track because of course people aren't going to be stupid. Of course they're going to take care of the planet. Of course they're going to be nicer to each other. Obviously, you know, and as that became not true, the difference between me and my daughter is that I learned not to believe that, and it broke my heart, and she never learned it in the first place. So in a lot of ways, they're more hopeful because they didn't have those kind of illusions to break. And so at the same time, like, you know, my career in journalism started, you know, with the internet basically, which is the great equalizer. It equalizes the world. We were just talking about Twitter earlier, and I've always been until Elon Musk broke it. I loved Twitter, and people would try to hag on it, and I'd be like, why? I can talk to somebody right now in Sri Lanka. I can find a journalist, go ask them a question today of what's happening. Like, how do you not understand this is the best thing ever to happen to journalism, you know? And so, but that is something that goes back to the original brilliant panel that was so stimulating and great. People are talking about, you know, when something progresses and when there are improvements made, bad influences, because there are people who do not want equality, they don't want egalitarianism. There's forces that are very powerful that when they see progress and they see, you know, equality making strides, they want to break that. And that's what happened to Twitter. That's what happened, you know, to the internet in large part. Like, you know, huge forces came and tried to take this great equalizer that made everybody in the world able to talk to one another and share their experiences, and tried to turn that into like this big corporatized surveillance machine. So that's the big difference, right? Like at the same time, a beautiful, amazing thing has happened that we still have, and we can still fix, I think, and still make use of. And Jelani, you wrote that amazing piece about quitting Twitter. Is so good, and I just loved it. I've
been waiting for us to get that big grant from Elon Musk for scholarships here.
Yeah.
That check hasn't arrived yet.
Oh man, yeah. But I mean, something will come to take its place because we know we need it, and anyway, that's what I think.
I want to give some context to Elijah Anderson and why I was so happy that he could participate today. And in order to explain it, I have to go back a little bit, which is 2018, was it, when you came to my class? A couple times. Yeah, well, I think it was 2018. It might have been 2017. But there's a course here, this pioneered, created by one of my predecessors as dean, Nick Lemon, called Evidence and Inference. And the best way to define the class is basically social science for journalists. And so we have a week with all sorts of, each week we have a different social scientist. We try to understand how that person views the world. And one week we had Eli come in. I was covering the class for Nick. And we had Eli come in and talk about ethnography. And despite ethnographers and journalists having some of the same tools in their toolkit, and we had them read Cosmopolitan Canopy, one of Eli's books, you know, prior to them coming, and to the visit, and we're going through and talking about ethnography and journalism and what journalists can learn from ethnographers. And as a professor, I felt like I hadn't made the connection. Like I was there kind of as a bridge between these two communities. And so I felt like my students got it or kind of understood some, but it were polite and we weren't getting to the place that we needed to get to. And he was like, okay, but we were really grateful that you'd come. And I don't know if it was 6 or 8 months later, the class is ended, the semester is over, and there is the incident in Philadelphia, in Rittenhouse Square, where 2 black men walk into a Starbucks, and immediately the police are called. And the students connected. It's like the Rittenhouse Square was where Elijah was writing about in Cosmopolitan Canopy, and the connections with what he had learned as an ethnographer became apparent. I got a flood of phone calls that were first off thinking that you were some kind of seer, that you were clairvoyant, and able to say, like, well, how did you know this was going to happen in this community? And I was like, no, I think that Eli was talking about how can we know that a particular place is predisposed for something like this to happen? And he did this through observation. And so the kind of inequality that's latent, that's unspoken, that's implicit, but that is apparent if you've studied it long enough. And so I thought it was really crucial that he be part of this conversation as well. And you have been an ethnographer for too long to remember. I was like, I'm not going to call out the number, but it's a lot of years.
Well, I started graduate school in 1969.
So you started in 1969.
Graduate school.
Yeah. So can you talk just a little bit about, for the landscape of inequality that, over the course of your career and the very many books that you've authored, the way in which that landscape has evolved and changed and your vantage point on it?
Sure. Hello?
Yeah, it's on.
Hear me? Okay, good. That's a great challenge in some ways. No, I was born in the Mississippi Delta during the war, and my grandmother was the midwife when I was born. And my father came back from the war, and at the age of 2, we migrated to the north. He got a job in a factory at Studebaker, South Bend, and my mother worked as a domestic. I was 2, basically grew up in South Bend, 90 miles east of Chicago, and then made my way during the Civil Rights Movement to Indiana University in Bloomington. And there were 300 students, black students, against 30,000, so we were really a minority. But I cut my teeth in that situation, graduated, and then went on to graduate school at the University of Chicago. And so I witnessed so much. I came of age during this period of turmoil all over the country, as many of you appreciate. City after city after city burned, And at the same time, there was this movement going on overseas where any number of colonial countries were screaming for independence and self-determination and determining or deciding which way to go, whether to follow the Soviets or to follow the West. And basically in this country, we didn't look very good because black people were not allowed to vote, and many of the issues that you raised about Mississippi, they were throughout the South and many northern cities. And we didn't look very good. And this was televised not only in this country, but also overseas. And this was the culmination of the Civil Rights Movement, were riots, as I say, all over the country. City after city after city burned. I mean, you can't imagine, some of you are too young to know this, but city after city burned. And the country was really quite segregated, still is. But it was very clear that the progress that we see at places like Columbia and Yale and other universities where you have black students and people of color, that didn't exist. These places were lily white, And I was part of this response to this situation. And for a quick moment, the system placed this premium on black skin, if you will. In other words, it was like the second Reconstruction. Affirmative action as a policy was basically about incorporation. Both the Democrats and the Republicans were behind this incorporation process. You know, they were were trying to make America look like America, quote unquote. You know, in other words, there was an ideological issue, I think, but basically big influence, money was at stake, and we had to do something. And basically, there was an incorporation process that basically encouraged people like myself to move from the ghettos of this country into white space, you know. And of course, there were no real supports oftentimes for these black people who were being moved into these spaces. And many of them fell by the wayside, but many of us stayed, hung in, by hook, by crook, by the help of mentors, white people, WASPs, Jews, others who were situated in these places and basically brought us along, so to speak, mentored us, encouraged us, whatever. Significant number of these people were Jewish. This is not appreciated, but this is true. I was there, I saw it. And I wound up at the University of Chicago, and I did my study on black street corner men, my dissertation. It's an ethnography. When you do ethnography, you assume that the people that you study have a local knowledge. You know, they meet the exigencies of life, and they form understandings, shared understandings of the world. And the ethnographer's job is to apprehend and comprehend this local knowledge and then represent it accurately without respect to ideology or whatever, but just to tell the truth about the way of life of a people. And this is the way ethnography functions, and it's also a part of the enterprise of the social sciences, because when these analyses are done and represented accurately, the presumption is that the world can get better in terms of research, because the people do more systematic work and then take seriously what you have to say, what you've said about these issues, and then they can maybe go further in certain ways. This work of mine, A Place on the Corner, begot my next study, which was Streetwise in Philadelphia, looking at life in a gentrifying community that was adjacent to one of the poorest ghetto areas in the country. And after that book, Streetwise really begot my next book, Code of the Street, in which I was very concerned with why so many children, kids, and adults were killing one another in black communities. And so I came up with this analysis, ethnographic, about the code of the street, which was really a function of the sense that the community had, that there were two systems of law, one for white people, one for black people, and that the police and the wider system, including the economy, had effectively abdicated any responsibility to the community, you see, and the black people in these poor inner city community were on their own, on their own. So that meant that in terms of issues of personal defense and the law, I mean, the civil law in these circumstances was weak, so to speak. You know, you were on your own. When you call the cops, they may not come. If they came, they may abuse you or your family, you see. So you were like in this weird situation, and the communities I studied in that book basically were divided between decent people, quote unquote, these are their terms, and the street element. And most people, The Wire notwithstanding, are decent and trying to be decent, you know. And there's a minority of people who are deeply into the street. And so the decent people, quote unquote, are under pressure in those communities. They have to get street in order to survive, if you know what I mean. In other words, they have to tell people who would violate them in no uncertain terms that if you mess with me, I'm coming for you myself. I'm not going to call the cops. And so you see the ways in which violence was kind of a part of the solution to the problem, if you follow me. It was very important to have street credibility in this community, and street credibility is high maintenance. You don't get it once and for all. You must refurbish it. You must show that you have it. And the showing that you have it creates violence, if you will. And so this is one of the reasons why in July in Chicago or Philadelphia or any other big city over a weekend, 12 people will die, in violence, because people are dealing with this issue of street credibility, which is high maintenance, if you follow me. All this is in the book, and of course, as I say, these books have led one to the other. So Streetwise begot Code of the Street. And by the time I finished Code of the Street, my neighborhood was in some ways was livable, but my wife didn't feel so. So she said we had to move, and I wanted to stay married. So we moved to Rittenhouse Square. And that's where I began the work on the canopy, the Cosmopolitan Canopy. Rittenhouse Square is one of the premier blocks in the city. It's a really interesting place and really just, I think, a wonderful square, diverse, all kinds of people are getting along together. It's just a wonderful space. It's a canopy, and I came up with the term, the Cosmopolitan Canopy, because the old growth trees, you look up, you see the canopy over the square, And my wife and I would come out and do our constitutionals in the evening, and on Saturdays we'd go to the Reading Terminal Market to shop, and that place too was like a canopy, an island of racial civility located in a sea of segregation. Philadelphia is one of the most segregated cities in the country, but yet you have the canopies operating here, you see, where people of different backgrounds get along, until they don't. Because the canopy is comprised of people who are cosmopolitan and people who are ethnocentric. The cosmopolitans, as you can guess, like everybody, and feel that they can be somehow helped intellectually by knowing different kinds of people, and embracing difference and all that. The ethnocentrics tend to come from more parochial environments in the city. And to them, you're not even a person unless you look like me, so to speak. And this is more of a tribal orientation. Well, both of these orientations exist under the canopy, And the ethnocentrics typically, when they come to the canopy, they keep their ethnocentrism in check. They keep them in check, until they don't. And when they exhibit it, then they insult people who are more marginal, so to speak. These can be black people, these can be gay people, these can be, women, whatever. But the ethnocentrics tend to draw the line when they've had enough. So they draw the line, the color line, and basically put the other on notice, so to speak. Well, black people have been some of the most consistent victims of this kind of, you could call it violence of a sort. And so they know. And so they've developed a term, and I don't mean to be negative or to basically embarrass anybody, but black folks call this the inward moment. The inward moment. The inward moment is an abrupt drawing of the color line.
It's where the record scratches.
And so when it happens, and to live in to be in the canopy, I mean, you run into these moments every now and then, but you don't make much of them because basically you'd be crazy because you'd have so many of them to deal with, these little insults that you get for being black, even in the canopy space to some extent. But when you're in white space, I mean, you expect this moment, and it happens, the drawing of the color line, you see. And so the canopy is a wonderful, positive place where people are on good behavior until they're not. And when the ethnocentric draws the color line, the black person experiences the inward moment. And the whole thing can be rented by this moment and even be on the verge of collapse. And that's when the Starbucks comes in and they do soul searching, have sensitivity training, or whatever it is, and we all kind of work, and the canopy itself gushes out the gloss, you see, social gloss. The social gloss deflects scrutiny and allows people to kind of carry on as though nothing happened, so to speak. But we wait for this thing to happen again, you see, and it does. And that's why the work seems so prescient, because these end moments happen all the time. The small ones, as I say, people just let them go and consider them to be part of the black tax. See, black people pay a tax for being black and living as ordinary people in this society. And so this is part of the black tax. And the small end moments, like being seated by the toilet when you go into a restaurant, or to be seated by the kitchen, and various other little slights that you get. You don't yell and scream about that. You just deal with them. This is the black tax, you see. But the big ones you can't ignore. The big ones can make you lose your job. The big ones can get you fired at work. The big ones can make you lose that apartment you wanted to rent. The big ones can get you killed by the police. You see, killed by the police. And so the talk that black parents go through with their children, like telling them you got to be awake to white racism, you got to be awake to white people who might harm you. You know, you can't take it for granted that white people are decent people, and especially the police, you see. You need to be awake, you need to be woke, so to speak, you see. But the right wing, of course, has jumped on that word and turned it into a negative.
Pejorative.
It's a pejorative, you see. And this is really to undermine all these people who basically are trying to help. You know? One last thing. Irving Goffman wrote a book in 1963. It's called Stigma. It's a very important analysis. If you're interested, it's just really, he has a typology in this book. That he has you know, a group called the OWN, OWN, meaning own kind. It could be black people, for example, gay people, or whoever, but the OWN. And the OWN are complemented by the normals, quote unquote. The normals could be waspy white people or whatever it is, you know, kind of thing. People who are basically oblivious to the plight of these people of the OWN kind. But there's a middle group, and the middle group is the WISE, W-I-S-E. And the WISE are empathetic. The WISE can understand. The WISE have been encouraged in their need to help or make the road better for these people who are so discriminated against and who are so marginal, so to speak, you see. And this is the typology, you see. But WISE has been turned into woke in a negative sense, you see. And of course, you all know the term in-lover. This is another term that people associate with wokeness and that kind of thing, you know. And I don't say we've come a long way since I started, and we had this incorporation process, of which I'm a member of this group that's been incorporated. We have the biggest black middle class in American history, in part because of these changes that went on today, you know. And yet, and this is what I study in the new book, which is right here, Black and White Space. It's in paperback now, you can get it, or it's in audio, Black and White Space. But it just tells you, it builds on the canopy, it builds on Streetwise, it builds on Code of the Street, it builds on my first book. Each work is like a corollary of what went before, if you follow me. And now you have Black in White Space, basically 50 years of field work in the American city. One last thing I want to say, and I'm going to hush. But imagine, you know, given the incorporation process that I talk about, given this large black middle class that we've developed, and this black couple, you know, move into a white neighborhood, you know, any town, USA, and they have a little daughter who's 11 years old, and she's trying to make friends, you know, and everybody's white, you know. She does make a friend or two. And then she goes by the friend's house one evening. She goes to the door and knocks. Her friend comes out and says, "I hate you. I hope you die," and slams the door. This really happened. I'll stop there. Black and white space. It's complicated for sure.
I'm mindful that I have a lot of questions, but I also want people to have the opportunity from the audience to ask questions. So if you have questions, you can make your way to the microphone. If not, I can actually continue with the questions that I have, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So there's been, can you hear me? Okay. There's been multiple comments about the everydayness of inequality and the slow burn of inequality, the little tiny cuts that happen that we don't focus on as much, either because they're not as exciting or it's harder to identify. There's no man bites dog story there, invisibility, etc. Then you were talking about sort of the black tax and these small slights, and that we don't pay attention. Those are things that can be ignored, and that the things that we end up focusing on, which as we should, are things that result in death, etc., lost jobs. But do you think that we're doing a disservice by ignoring the small things? Because don't the small things add up? I'm thinking about Jelani's piece on hip hop at 50, right? I mean, the individuals who are dying of natural causes, etc., they're dealing with lots of different kinds of stressors that are also having huge implications on their well-being. So just wondering, how should we think about, should we be, and you talk about this too, I mean, just the idea of always not having to worry to carry your ID whenever you're on Penn's campus, because you have to worry about the fact that a cop might stop you and ask you, do you belong here? Having to prepare for that every day, think about that.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a great question. And one of the themes of this book, Black and White Space, the major theme is that when an unfamiliar black person navigates white space being a perceptual category, he or she is burdened with a negative presumption that must be disproved or neutralized in order for that person to build trusting relations with others in the white space. I'll say that again. I mean, the idea as you navigate the white space, quote unquote, perceptual category, as a black person, you're burdened with a negative presumption that you need to disprove in order to build mutually trusting relations in that space with others. The others can be black, they might be of any particular group, but they've got a connection to the white space, and you've got to get by them as you navigate your way, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And so any of these people can give you the end moment, so to speak. It's complicated what I'm saying, but this is all laid out in the book, all laid out, and it builds on the canopy. It builds on just what you say. But these little things are very important, you see. The little things are very important, because basically we're talking about how they complicate healthcare, police contact, racial, incarceration, and insults in public, so to speak. I mean, basically these are disparities that we face as black people, but these little things mean a lot, and they build, and the big ones are there. The big ones can get you killed, I mean, and when my mother, when she was alive, I'd be out in California visiting her, and she'd say to me as I left the house, "Now, we don't want no Rodney King," Mm-hmm. I mean, she'd say that to me as I would take off, But this is something that black parents know about, that black people know about, and they don't share the nigger moment, the N-word moment with their white friends oftentimes. So white people tend not to know about the N-word moment, you see, because to reveal the N-word moment in a corporation, organization, you are seen as racial. And that is not good in a bureaucracy. So a lot of black people don't share these stories with white people. So the white people, like you say, don't know.
Yeah. Maria wants to make a point.
Yeah, you know, this conversation, it was reminding me so much of the really great book Racecraft that I love about this. You know, because there's this underlying reality that we're all living in and we're all constructing.
That's the retired, actually, Columbia history professor Barbara Fields.
And her sister.
And her sister, yeah.
Karen. It's so good. And I can't wait to read about the canopy, but it reminds me of that, right? Because the reality that we're living in, it's also a little bit about what I was talking about earlier. It's like if you believe things are getting better, if you believe the canopy was going to grow and embrace everybody, and people were going to stop being terrible to each other, that's a thing you could believe and be hopeful for humanity. And everybody pretends that this is possible. This is a possible future that we want to live in. That's what makes it possible for somebody who lives in these spaces, like, you know, to go buy flowers every day and be happy and be with everybody and think this is what the world really is like. That's what we wish. But then all the little things that you were talking about are just showing us every minute that it's not true. It's not true. We have to make it true, but it's not true yet.
I know there's like one other person, but in here who I know for a fact, but I don't know how many other people in here are HBCU grads. Are there any other? Well, I know Alexis. Well, Alexis can back me up on this about why at our HBCUs we were taught to dress well. About that having nothing to do with whether you studied chemistry, whether you studied English, whether you studied whatever, but we were taught to dress well. The Morehouse dudes took that to a far extreme. But it was always that, the counterbalance, because the presumption would be that you did not belong in a particular space. And so you could almost identify the people who went to, like, it was really kind of funny because Khalil Muhammad, who was a good friend of mine, historian, and he went to Penn, and I went to Howard, and we had an orientation, first day of graduate school. We went to Rutgers together. And Khalil showed up in jeans and a t-shirt. I showed up in a suit and tie. And he was like, oh yeah, you know, that's a very different kind of thing. But like Howard thing is like, you have an orientation, you have to present yourself, you have to this, da-da-da-da-da-da, because it's that same sort of kind of idea about counterbalancing. I think we have room for another question. Sure. Mm-hmm.
Just specifically the question about, do you cover the small things? Do you cover and the answer is you cover both. The question is, how do you know about the small things? And and we all live in sort of there's intersectionality everywhere. So we all live in small communities of particular interest, right? And those groups know things, right? So whether it's a group of women that sit around and talk about stuff that maybe an all-male newsroom or all-male newsroom leadership doesn't have any idea about, or all Asian people, or all black people. And the key issue is, that most of the media, and it's changing for the better, most of the media, certainly in this country, is run by a certain group, a certain demographic, shall we say. And that demographic, and I don't ascribe bad motives to them, but they have a life. It's on the Upper West Side, it is on the wherever it is, right? And that life is a perfectly normal life for them. And the people they talk to have genuine concerns about real things, and those are real things to them, and other things are not real things to them. And again, not because they are bad people, it's because they don't see them. And so one of the ways this gets addressed is getting more people in that room to talk about what their issues are. The dressing well thing, you're not going to get that same sensibility in a different demographic group. And so everybody brings something to the table. You have to have that discussion about what is a story. That's the critical question that isn't asked. It's not how well a story is covered, it's what is the story.
Thank you, I practiced that.
And you get the last question.
That was a good segue for this. I asked this question with Elijah in mind, but I'm curious for all of you. I mean, how do you think specifically about what audience you're writing for when you're writing these things? And are you thinking about writing primarily to a white audience that might not understand this? Or are you writing to are you thinking more generally about writing to everybody, including Black people who might have grown up with this and understand it and want an expanded sort of analytical framework to explain it? Or are you writing to people who you're trying to, enlighten them about this for the first time?
Well, for me, I mean, I'm writing for everybody, and a lot of Black people, I think, kind of know these things, but have not necessarily seen them articulated or objectified. And I think the objectification is a kind of power, if you know what I mean, because then it gives people a language, a vocabulary in which to talk about, discuss these things, even to communicate, educate, edify other people. And that's my goal, I mean, to have a basis for this edification, which I think we sorely need, if you will.
I think you kind of have to do both as a journalist. I mean, you're writing in a sense for everyone, or you're writing for yourself, actually, in some ways as well. But I think what you do is you are mindful to some extent of your audience. For example, when I started writing about prisons in Mississippi, this whole expose series with ProPublica about prisons in Mississippi, and even before that, I did a whole series before that. I was very mindful that a fair number of people in Mississippi, especially white Mississippians, were going to think, oh, these guys are where they deserve to be. What happens to them is they deserve what they're getting kind of mentality. So we let our series off with the mothers of the people who were in prison, because some of them were actually being extorted for money, saying we're gonna kill your son, or we're gonna harm your son if you don't pay us. And so those kinds of things we thought would help people begin to see them as human, and that's part of the problem here, is this the dehumanization. It's the othering, I guess you might call it. And there's a great book on this by Sam Keene that's called Faces of the Enemy. And the whole premise of the book is this, which was also made into a documentary. But the whole premise is this: before we kill with our weapons, we kill with our minds. And that's what's going on. And if you turn someone into, and your politicians, turning particular racial groups into monsters, murderers, rapists, whatever term, monsters, then you have permission to destroy them, whether that's figuratively or literally.
I just wanted to say, every single story is different. And sometimes the institutional constraints of a really large publication limit you in ways that you might not like, but it's still worth it because you're going to get millions of people to start to change their minds. That's part of the reason I founded Popula, is that it's my own thing, and so the idea of it is to let anybody in the world who has a story to come and tell it for themselves. We don't allow sort of parachuting in or anything like that. And so I try to, as an editor, to give as much possible voice to every single person, because everybody has stuff to teach us. And I think egalitarianism, is real. It's like this, it's the truth. Inequality is like a lie, but we're all human and we're all here for a limited time to enjoy this crazy experience. And so it's the truth, and so it's gonna win. That's how I feel about it. And so we all just do this job to increase that possibility. That's why I think this event was so great.
So really, really quickly, you have to do both, right? You want a law changed, you got to write for legislators, right? I mean, it's as simple as that. A great story that goes to 2,000 people somewhere that doesn't touch and doesn't have any impact, understand that. On the other hand, I truly believe that, it's communication theory, right? There's a message, there's a messenger, there's a message, there's a recipient, whatever it is. I never studied any of this. I'm just making it up. The point is that there is a recipient, there's an audience. If you are not writing for an audience, you're writing autobiography, that's fine, right? But you are writing for an audience, and I'm really happy I'm on the board of the Tiny News Collective, which is this organization that's trying to help seed really small newsrooms of communities for communities. And it comes back to, I think, what I said slightly earlier, which is, what is the story? What are people's concerns? And you have to think about the people you're writing for and about. And there is a big difference between writing about a community and writing for a community. And I think we don't do enough writing for communities. If we talk about journalism in the public interest, you know, we're a service industry, which is sort of defined as, would you like fries with that? But it is part of what we do. We serve people. If we don't serve people, what are we doing? And so it's critical to think about the audience that you are serving.
I guess there's a question about who needs to know, right? Yeah. Who needs to know? Everybody needs to know, I feel. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
The sort of theme of the first panel, journalism exists in the same kinds of systemic oppression that everything else does. Like, we're all swimming in the same water. And in order for us to transcend that, I think we can join forces, and, like, you know, this event is showing. And I would really like to hear from everybody. You can find me online, Maria Bustillos at Popula, Maria at popula.com, write to me, because I want to know what stories we need to write about these things. There's new ways of looking at stuff that, like, understands and kind of incorporates awareness of systemic oppression the way that the first panel that we heard today did. It's like all these guys, like, getting together and realizing they were writing about the same thing. Like, we're doing that. We have that. So tell us what we need to do.
I do want to acknowledge one other person, who's Suresh Naidu, who's the advisor for the economic section, who just walked in the back. And so, yeah, we were acknowledging the advisors earlier, and so, and also a fellow Columbia faculty person. So I want to say thank you to everyone here for sharing their insights, for sharing their time and their perspective, and several of you traveled in order to be here as well. So thank you for taking the time to be with us, and thank you. So in a few minutes, Tremaine Lee, who was in the back, is going to lead the town hall section of this. We will discuss, our conclusions and what we would take away from this initial gathering. And the other thing is that the Inequality Project will continue to live on. Those documents that we talked about and those reports we talked about that are now made available to the public are going to be as disseminated as widely as possible. And we also are looking forward to a series of stories that will be done in collaboration with the New York Times in highlighting work that connects these two themes of the social science and the journalism, which I think are equally vital points of our mission of kind of understanding the world and helping the readers and audience around us to understand it as well. So thank you.
Hello. May I have your attention, please? We've reached that time in our program when you are involved. This is your chance to speak your mind, to share your thoughts about where we're going and what needs to be done. And if you have any personal experiences you want to address or have guidance for others, please do so. We will have our researchers on stage who will, again, answer questions if you have any, and they will be jumping in themselves. This is not a formal town hall. We're very fortunate to have Tremaine Lee from MSNBC as our host, and I hope you'll treat him kindly.
Please do. Please treat me kindly.
Tremaine is also host of the very, very lively podcast Into America. You should check it out sometime. He keeps it rolling. He was also part of the reporting team at the New Orleans Times-Picayune that won a Pulitzer for its coverage of Hurricane Katrina. And his reporting on Governor Eliot Spitzer's sex scandal helped earn the New York Times a Pulitzer for breaking news. Tremaine has won an Emmy Award for Outstanding News and Analysis and for his stories at MSNBC on gun violence and trauma in Chicago. So please welcome him, and I'd like to get our researchers up on the stage as well, please. I see some of you. We're just losing people left and right here. Oh, we have Vesla. Okay, we're all here. So I'm going to turn it over to Tremaine. And
Thank you very
listen,
much.
everyone, have fun with this.
Again, as Dolores mentioned, my name is Tremaine Lee, correspondent with MSNBC and the host of the Into America podcast. I'm going to do something I normally do not like to experience. Could y'all move up? Let's move up a little bit. The panels are over. We're going to have a conversation. It'll just feel more intimate if we can come a little closer. Thank you very much. And I literally hate when people do this, so forgive me for forcing you to do something you might not want to do, but I really do appreciate it.
You all sit in the front.
Appreciate you, good brother. Thank you. Everyone turn to your neighbor and hug them. Welcome any guests to the congregation. Now, I really do thank you. As someone once said, you all could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us. We really do appreciate it. I know today was full of sometimes messy, sometimes heavy conversations about the ways in which we live and die in America, and the many ways that inequality continues to bound us in ways that are certainly unfortunate. But I'm glad we have a stellar panel of experts and researchers to help us all kind of unpack some of this. But first, I would love to turn to you all. Is there anything that struck you in any particular way? Anything that left a mark? And I'm looking right at you, brother. Since you're in the front row, I'm right here.
Oh, man, he's put me on the spot. I guess the whole thing about like dressing well and attending an HBCU, I've never attended one, but I know as being an African American, one thing that I always think about is making sure I have make a good impression, so dressing nice. Like even coming here, I was just like, let me dress up and make sure I look nice, you know. So that really stuck out to me.
Those things that resonate because they stick with you in an everyday kind of way. Anyone else? Anything that left an impression?
Hi, thank you for having us here. Maybe an impression / comment or even question. I didn't have the pleasure of reading the research, but I love the idea of finding threads that breed commonality in the research that you all embarked upon, and also hearing. I love the perspective of bringing in an ethnographer to talk about just the way in which they do stories and how that kind of parallels with how journalists kind of approach stories and trying to tell the whole story and stepping outside of it to really, impact communities and be the voice for them, right? For ethnographers, I think it's amazing because communities of color tend to do their history oral, right? Oral history is literally foundational to indigenous populations, Hispanic populations, African American populations, even, when you think of us from a global perspective. So I think that's very powerful how you can kind of see those parallels. One of the things that I thought was interesting that the Professor Elijah Anderson brought up was about the idea that during the Second Reconstruction, there was such a welcoming of Black bodies into white spaces, so much so that it bred just a little pocket of growth, right? And I kind of feel like we had that moment after 2020 where so many organizations and businesses committed to bringing in, people of color into their spaces, right? And to building upon and investing in growth and what we would call deserts, right? And some of those deserts actually mirror the journalism deserts that you hear about when you say local journalism. So the question I have after the comments, right, is, do you all as journalists and in your research, did you find something similar to that in the research that you've done, that in this little pocket of time post-1965, right, have you seen that there has been a bubble of integration and how that might be waning in the future, right, given some of the impacts that we now have had that is drastically coming against a lot of the progress that we've made in the last 2 years, and now we're seeing a complete 180.
It's not that idea between a moment or a movement. Is that directed toward anyone in particular, or whoever wants to grab it? And also, normally, I'd say keep your questions. But if you have comments, long-winded comments, it's perfectly fine in this environment. But also, when you stand up with the mic, make sure you announce yourself. Let us know who you are.
Yeah, I'll just briefly mention that in our report, and Dania Francis, she's one of the co-authors on the report, we definitely, you can see when you plot things over the long term, you see this uptick around 1960 if you look at black wages relative to white wages, if you look at black wealth relative to white wealth, and a number of measures, and you consistently see that it flatlines around 1980. And so there are broader economic trends that underlie some of this, and then there are some things that are specific to like civil rights movement. But we definitely saw in a number of measures, a common theme of things kind of slowing down in the early 80s and then becoming stagnant for a number of decades. And another link, I think, between our reports is that you also start to see incarceration for black men to increase over that same period. So that's one of the commonly cited trends that were happening at the same time that could be a part of that story. But so in our study, we did see like a trend and a break in that trend. And so it wasn't like a sustained thing. I don't know, Dania, did I leave any? Did you want to add anything or?
I asked you to volunteer, and then I'm like taking your job. You got it.
No, I completely agree with that, and I guess I would just add this idea of, emancipatory moments and movements, and then retrenchment, right? Which is what you were getting at, and we can see it in the economic data. We can see it, right, in across as a theme across most of the reports, and that's the pushback. That's the when there's progress, right, then power pushes back. That's all I would add, and you see it, right, in all of these reports.
Is there anything else that left an impression on any of you from today? And before we go any further, would you mind all just introducing yourself for those who might be new to the room and your area of research? You can start with you, brother.
Okay, I'm Damon Jones, and I'm an economist. I worked on a report on economics along with Dania.
Juontel White, a sociologist of race and education, led the education report.
I'm Vesla May Weaver, and I work on incarceration and policing. And is David I co-authored the report with David Knight, who's a professor of sociology here at Columbia. And I just wanted to mention one thing that I didn't mention earlier today, and that is when I was talking about, media and journalists and academics need to use more unconventional sources. We need to think more broadly about which sources we're attending to. One of the sources, among others, that we used in the report was the American Prison Writing Archive, which is the largest digitally searchable archive of prison writings, of first-person prison witness ever amassed. And it's at almost 4,000 essays, full-form testimony to prison conditions in the United States. And that's one of the sources that we used, among others. Oral histories you mentioned, other groups who are less well known, but that have told this story through documents that journalists don't typically source and don't typically go to. And so we linked to all of them in our report. They're sitting there juxtaposed to conventional sources in Table 1. And the American Prison Writing Archive will be launched a new web interface, prisonwitness.org. And I would invite journalists to really, if you're writing about incarceration and punishment, and you're interested in, actually, even if you're not writing about incarceration and punishment, if you're writing about democracy, about family relations, about community, if you're writing about anything at all, these bottom-up sources are, I think, incredibly rich and are some of the best and most credible reporters we have to, conditions of health and economic neglect and labor exploitation and everything in between. So.
Thank you very much.
Introducing ourselves. Okay, I'm Hetty Lee. I'm a professor of sociology and also a demographer, and I wrote the report with Maggie Hicken and Nick Gretz, and then also Mike Esposito, who's not here. But they are here, so they can also answer questions.
Hi, I'm Daniel Cumming. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Johns Hopkins University with the program in racism, immigration, and citizenship. And I wrote the housing report. I'm a historian, largely of the 20th century US, and I focus on urban history and housing in particular.
Thank you very much. I want to take umbrage with something Mr. Anderson said earlier about street cred being, hard-earned. Mine never wavered. Mine never shook, and I'm still here and I still got it. I'm only half joking with you, Mr. Anderson. I do still got it, though. I still got my card. But one thing that you said was, I thought was really interesting is this idea of shifting to adapt to the ecosystems in which we find ourselves. The way you talk, taking the small slights. This brother, you're changing the way you dress because you know you need to move through the world a certain kind of way. And I wonder if there are ways that you all have shifted the way you move through the world because of the way you present. Have these inequalities shown up in certain kind of ways and you have to adapt? Anyone? No one. Come on, y'all. You're not experiencing life in a certain way and shifting, whether we understand intersectionality as women, as people of color, depending on your sexual orientation. Brother, as you're moving through the world, have you had to learn to shape shift a bit? And again, another thing I hate is putting people on the spot because I hate being put on the spot.
It's all good. Good to see you again. I think I shape shift as I get older, and I shape shift based upon the environment for mutual respect. If I come to your wedding, I'm not going to wear shorts and my hat backwards if it's a black tie affair. That may be the way I want to do it, but I respect you enough to show up the way that the decorum calls for. But I've been raised to be fluent in a number of cultural languages, so to speak. I can put on my quote-unquote white voice or business voice and do whatever I need to do, but I don't do it for your comfort, and that's the big difference. I'm not here to make you feel good about yourself, and I'm not here to ease your anxiety. In fact, I probably will turn up once I realize you're that type of person that is viewing me as a caricature. If I'm that caricature, then I won't turn up in stereotypical ways, but I'll find a weakness and have fun with it, because I feel it's a disrespect at that point, and we shouldn't be disrespected. But in terms of, again, shape-shifting, I think as you mature, as I become a father and a husband and a community member of a certain status, I will carry myself in ways that will advantage myself and the community that I'm representing.
Thank you. Can we code switch our way out of inequality? There's a lot in the housing market where people are having white folks stand in as the sellers to get the higher value in their homes. There's so many ways every single day in America, which folks are trying to adapt and shift to try to course correct or remedy. Is there any code switching our way out of the inequalities we've seen? And let's start with the housing, because that's just a perfect example.
Yeah, short answer, no. There are adaptability strategies and ways in which you can find, for example, in housing in the appraisal situation we discussed earlier with Nathan Connolly and his housing appraisal process, in which his housing was underappraised, undervalued by about almost $300,000. And then he switched out all of his family photos, totally stripped his home of his blackness and his identity and his family's, including his children's pictures, put in white colleagues' photos and had them stand in for another appraisal process. And it came back almost $500,000 more. Like incredible. And but the thing is that this is an old civil rights tactic too. This is a way in which CORE and NAACP and other civil rights organizations would start to hold to account a system that at least rhetorically is based on equality and justice to a certain extent, but at least post 68, post Fair Housing Act, was committed to ensuring fair housing. And yet the private opportunists, local appraisers, local lenders, real estate operators were not being held to account. And so these were the various mechanisms under which these survival strategies and tactics were deployed. And so short answer is no, that does not equate to freedom. In fact, homeownership itself, owning a property, we've seen, will not lead to freedom for all. It's going to provide an opportunity for some. It's going to allow for a certain hold, an asset that can appreciate, but again, on vastly different terrain for Black Americans versus white Americans. And Andre Perry, who writes about this in Know Your Price, looks at the appraisal process today and sees that on average, appraisals coming in for Black homeowners are about something like 40 to 50% less than comparable white properties. And then even controlling for race, it's about 23% less. So specifically because of racism baked into the housing market, it's 23% less value on your home if you're an African-American homeowner. And that's like $48,000 per individual, per family nationwide, $156 billion today nationwide, stolen equity from Black Americans. Like, that's a housing market, that's a system that isn't going to be fixed on its own, and that it's one that requires total transformation for freedom.
No matter how many white families' pictures you put up on the wall.
Exactly.
I just want to quickly say, if I had to take my family off of my wall in my house to sell it and make a couple $100,000 more dollars, I don't think that I've won anything. That process of going through that is not like a consolation. I mean, it is, you have to do things to survive, but I wouldn't view that as a win per se, regardless of the outcome.
And the cost of chipping away at yourself at every turn to live in a neighborhood, to sell your house, to get equitable access to health care, right? There's a deteriorating there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in the health research, we find the similar things, and you can also see it in many testimonials that people have written. Tracy McMillan Cotton talked about this, dressing up and trying to, be the self that she thought would provide the best medical care when she was pregnant, and then during the process of giving birth to her daughter, and it didn't help at all. And we also know from research that I've done with Maggie Hicken and others that this constant and daily attention to these kinds of details does have negative health effects. It impacts your mental health. It impacts your cardiovascular health. It does. It's not just a statement, oh, it's chipping away at you. No, maybe it doesn't kill you like Professor Anderson said at the moment, but slowly you're still getting killed. And so I think it's something to think about. And one thing that I was thinking about too during the panel on housing, I recently had the privilege of listening to Robin Means Coleman, who wrote this incredible book called Black Horror Noir, and it's a history of African American Black horror. And she makes this argument that you can understand Black history through following Black horror movies, and it's very compelling. If you watch it, you will agree. And I was thinking about when you're talking about the sort of housing alternatives, what does it mean to be safe in your home? thinking about like Get Out and Them and sort of these other sort of ways in which horror films kind of amplify the nightmare of like the black tax. And it makes me wonder, you know, as we think about, I think going to what Vesla's talking about too, as we're thinking about solutions and interventions, maybe we really need to be way, way, way outside of the box, right? Because like, I mean, if black horror is telling us what's happening, like, I don't know if you just saw, if anybody saw Barbarian yet. I mean, talk about a horror movie about gentrification, or actually de-gentrification, like, right, the opposite. Sorry, if you haven't watched it yet, you can look on your phone right now or whenever. I just, it makes me wonder, you know, are we thinking in the right ways? I mean, maybe, are we making all the connections? And maybe, you know, I'm a sociologist. I try to draw from the humanities. I don't know if I can make the reach to black horror. Maybe I can, but journalists can. Maybe they can help in sort of shaping the agenda. I think this idea, and I think it came across too in the last discussion, it's not like this idea that it's like, oh, academics feed information to the journalist, or even in the policy sphere, like academics give their information to the policymakers and they read it and they're like, let me be logical with this and here you go, is just not how it works. It's this like iterative give it back and forth. And so I guess we need to figure out like, what does that mean for intervention? Like journalists do set the stage a lot of the time. A lot of stuff that's really like exciting in our fields are because of what journalists are doing. Anyway.
I appreciate what you were saying. I want to kind of build on that. Even before that, the conversation regarding the home ownership thing, that's a lot of extra stress that's being put on us, leaving us with no hope. I know in the Bay Area, where I'm from, that happened in San Rafael or Marin County, and some of the colleagues put those folks on blast. You know, like, you need to know their names, you need to know the name of their company, you need to turn up, and not just make them, in a situation where they can live off the notoriety, but then let's challenge the lawmakers, which I think people have already started, and extract a penalty for doing this. Let's highlight the folks like, I think there are organizations like Surge, where we're gonna have white allies that are gonna sit in these homes and catch you, right? That's the type of environment that I think I hear you talking about, where they know that, hey, you did this once and now there's a whole bunch of people all across the board that are waiting and watching and just daring you to do this, ready to, sue and really make a price be paid. So that's the way that I think us as journalists should be doing. The case that you're talking about with the discrepancies in health, that's a series we're getting ready to do, because that's a problem. Too many people we're running into is like, I went to the doctor and they said you're just getting old, but meanwhile I had cancer, those types of things. And so what we see is that traditional journalists are getting a press release from the hospital and then reading it and saying, well, that's it. And maybe they find an emotional victim and they show them, but they show the sensational part. They don't really get the clap back that's needed. And so it's up to us to really dig deep. It's like, okay, if this is what you're doing, it is going to be our mission to make sure that people pay. And I think that's the school of journalism I'm from. That's the school of journalism that Ida B. Wells and others are from, that, you have weaponized journalism against us. You have made us as black people caricatures that then resulted in policies. And so there's got to be a reverse of that, and you got to be very intentional. I don't know what the situation is with people who work for big companies. I know when I worked for big companies, I made sure to be able to push the line the way it was needed. And if I couldn't push the line, then that's why you have a community to come along, and you're supposed to go, if you don't let me push this line, you see these 100 people here, they want the line to be pushed. You got to be theatrical, because that's what media is about. And so we have to be creative. We have to have allies that are in position. Maybe you have to have the white friend call up and say, how come you're not covering this? Other times you got to have the whole community show up. But we can no longer be passive in a time of war. And I'll just conclude that the other side has made it very clear that media is going to be a weapon, a lethal weapon that they're going to use up and down with no apologies. And for us to be nice and be civil and play along to get along, I think shortchanges us, and it's a step backwards, and we got to move forward with new imagination and new tactics. So thank you.
Thank you. We have one right here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Alexis Clark, and I'm a journalist as well as an adjunct professor here. My question is for anyone on the panel. You all have years of research and experience studying inequality, but for young reporters, journalism students in this building, who don't understand all the ways in which systemic oppression impacts communities, what is your recommendation for them in understanding the data from your reports? Because we've all seen it when you don't, and you read that article and you can tell it's a reporter who parachuted in and has no relationship with the community. So how do you, with your knowledge and what people need to understand behind these numbers, how does a young reporter, how do they tackle that and come up with stories?
Great question. Creating pipelines to better understand what we're consuming here. How accessible is it? Anyone can take that.
One thing I'll say is you'd be surprised. You would be surprised how excited some academics can get by getting attention from journalists. I mean, there are some who are too busy, but a lot of people are like, someone actually wants to know what I said. You might get more than you asked for in terms of, we'll talk your ear off. But there are, I think, prior to when this deadline is approaching, there are journalists who have reached out to just say, I do this types of stories, introduce themselves. And there are a lot of academics who publish and nobody reads it, no one cites it or anything. So there's a lot of people in academia sitting around who are, have time that you can maybe build a relationship with or chat with or walk you through some stuff. I wouldn't say that's everyone, but I don't want to cause anybody's inbox to blow up more than it is. But I think that you'd be surprised how open some people might be to trying to get their work out there.
In terms of interpreting the data sources, I think different fields have different kind of pinnacle areas to target to, whether it's more quantitative or qualitative. I think that journalism schools well prepare folks on, where to identify those pinnacle things and, the ability to kind of draw down that technical language, right? Like that's the essence of journalism. I think it's an epistemological approach in that, especially in the Western world, to Hetty's point earlier about the need to ask but why a bit more often. I think it's an approach that I would encourage young journalists to add that layer to the skills that they are gaining. From the education reports perspective, and shout out to my co-author, Diana Cordova-Cobo, who wasn't here with us, but one of the things that we pulled in thinking about the couple of areas, and it was a question someone asked earlier as well, like how would you encourage folks to approach, right, covering that? For me, and the three areas were in curriculum and instruction, they were in school finance and high stakes testing. If we think about curriculum instruction, oftentimes the stories that come out are, a student whose teacher is, it's very local focused, right? Classroom specific, often marginalized experience about students and families shut out from schools. And I think the approach, fine, and the reverse of that, we can think about bright spot schools that are doing culturally responsive pedagogy and really making students and their families feel like they belong in the space. And I would say but why is that approach the right one? Why don't we see that? Why, right? And so I think it's the but why approaches, and layering that, if that is so often the approach in terms of localizing that when stories of curriculum and instruction are, then take the reverse about, or meta approach then, to draw out the but why. It starts with the policies. Why aren't we seeing schools of education training teachers more dominantly, like within cultural response, not just a one DEI course? Why aren't they required in teacher certification? Those are the types of questions in the approach. So I think it's the two layer, asking the but why, and then scanning that landscape of how often or what are the types of stories that are coming out that are localized. I need to draw in on more the policy on the meta, right in the reverse. If you're seeing more policy that often comes out with school finance, for instance, let's get localized. How are these ARPA dollars actually being decided upon by school boards, and how are they funneling through, for instance?
Get one more.
So I don't know that I have the answer, the takeaway, Alexis, that you can give to first year, journalism students. But what I would say is this, and it's hit me throughout the whole day's conversation. There is a tendency in journalistic reporting and in academic work to follow a disparities and despair kind of framework. Oh, look how bad it is. And then we can all feel very good about the reporting that we did about just how bad it is, right? And what is missed in that, and look, as a problem-oriented scholar, I often look for the things that are hidden in plain view, right? So when I spoke about the median age of first police contact, it's because I have an interest in showing what is in plain view, right? But that we're missing as social scientists and as journalistic observers, right? However, I have felt like there's a dearth of reporting on the many positive projects of building safety and building infrastructures of care within communities that has been going on, and David and I covered in the last part of our report. And as we covered it, and there's I would say however many that we left out that we didn't even get to, you won't find those being covered in the media because they're not the kind of what Miriam Kaba warns about when she says, like, if we go after the kind of spectacular violence, it leads us into this trap of always needing something a bit more spectacular. The person who was beaten a little bit harder, the deaths that went even more. And look, I understand why that happens, but I also think it can contribute to narratives that, oh, look how downtrodden, even while Black and brown organizing traditions have been contesting this and challenging it and building something else all along, building bail funds before they were even called that, right? And so I guess I want to point us also towards, to the question of can we code switch our way out of inequality? No, because inequality is an institutional arrangement, right? It's a way that we govern people and communities in a very consistent, coherent way. But similarly, if you were to look at the I guess I would say the punctuated equilibrium, the moments where we burst through, where there was sustained progress, or there was an expansion in the imagination of what's possible, or an explosion in the terms that we're using. I mean, I'm not that old, and I feel like just a few years ago, I was challenged on using the term mass incarceration by some very prominent racial inequality scholars, okay? We are in such a moment right now where the vocabulary the discourse is allowing us to conceive of things that we couldn't conceive of just a few years ago. My cautionary note to us is that we not do the thing that we always do, which is revert back to the sensational, like, look how bad it is, and instead look to the places that are building something else that may not be getting a whole lot of funding, they may not even have 501c3 status, but they are building livable and sustainable projects of caregiving. They're there. I don't think that journalists or even academics tend to write about them very often. And yet it's also a positive, optimistic note, right? David and I were discussing Annalisa Orlick's Storming Caesar's Palace, which is coming to, which they're just now doing a documentary about. In the years of my teaching in political science, I have only seen 1 or 2 other people teach that book. What is that book about? It is the story of black women, some of the poorest women coming from the Mississippi Delta to Las Vegas. And when the state would not provide and give them access to welfare and to social provision, did not even have a workable medical clinic or screen their children, what they did is they said, we will build it ourselves, and they did. And they created Operation Life. And Operation Life ran one of the best social service provision. It meant that infant mortality went down. It meant that people, instead of receiving their provision at the courthouse steps where they would throw them bags of groceries, they actually employed and trained poor women themselves to do to create a jobs training program, right? And so I raise that example because we don't often talk about those positive projects, and I think we need to, and it's also that I want to end on an optimistic note.
I'm guessing this is probably getting close to the end, but I would say that I don't mean this in a flippant way, but read books. and I'm not you, I mean talking to students, like thinking about reading books. Obviously you read the books, you're teaching the classes. I just think we are constant students, we're always learning. I think the best writers of all time are also the best readers. They're reading all the time. They're trying to and not just other journalistic work, but all kinds of work to expand the way they think about the world, especially for journalists who want to specialize in a particular area, whether it's health or something else. And so continuing that is important. And also in terms of particular books, like your former colleague, Tukufu Zuberi, has a great book called How Race Statistics Lie, called Thicker Than Blood. And I think it's a helpful book because it provides some debate on how different individuals can interpret statistics and what they mean. And there can be people who have, similar goals, but the pathways to those goals are going to be different, right? And so even how they read statistics can look different. I mean, we all know this, right? Like what is it, like lies statistics or something? I'm forgetting the quote. But think about my dad used to have a radio show. He would pretend to be Du Bois, and he'd have a friend pretend to be Booker T. Washington, and they would debate current events.
I need tapes of that. I need the
so I think the important thing is also as a journalist to not accept the interpretation of the person providing you with the information, particularly the person who wrote the paper. And I don't say that in a bad way. I just say that they have a particular lens in which they have had to interpret it. And also, as we all know through the review process, our reviewers also tell us how we have to interpret something. So sometimes it's great to get outside. So I think for individuals, even if you're learning about just these processes of analysis, to feel like you have, reading Tukufu Zuberi's books, et cetera, I think it's good to get those multiple perspectives. And I think it's okay to also treat books as sources too. I mean, there are sources for me, but there's important sources. So I think I'll stop there. And then other books to think about, I can send you later. Okay.
I would just add, Vesla made my point so much better than I could. But I just wanted to say, talk to organizers first and foremost, people who are doing the organizing work. And I can't tell you how many times, as an academic, even in my own subject area, I've learned from talking to organizers who have, themselves are a living, breathing archive, but have also done deep research and have a lot to offer and a lot of ways that challenge your own preconceived notions. So living in Baltimore, talking to Baltimore Renters Union, and just learning about tenants unions in the 60s and 70s in ways that I didn't realize, even though it's my subject area. So taking sources and taking people very seriously as also experts of their own experience.
I wonder, when we're talking about inequality, at the center of that is usually resources, right? And in this country, ill-gotten resources through human trafficking, the violent economic dispossession of people, right? The exploitation of land and other humans. And I wonder if capitalism could be used as a tool to heal its own wounds, right? And is there an opportunity to also critique capitalism itself? We know it's a bad word. Any other form of government in this country is a kind of a bad word. It's a pejorative, right? But I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to really critique and engage with the idea of capitalism and all of the deep damage that it's done to us. She's pointing to like somebody has an answer in the. I know it's a heavy one. It's an aggressive question.
I mean, I think in so many ways, all of our projects really take on capitalism and take it on seriously through deep critique. Housing, in particular for me and my work, but what I try to reveal in the report is that, the problems that we see through housing and inequality writ large, these are problems of capitalism, and particularly racialized capitalism. So we need to understand it on those terms, and we need to think about political solutions that are non-capitalist, alternative to the market. We talked about community land trusts earlier. That's one solution. So is social housing, social housing development authorities, which have the state-provided power to issue bonds, to purchase distressed housing, to rehabilitate them, and then turn them back over to legacy residents at deeply affordable prices that encourage long-term stability. And that takes the profit motive out of the market, which is so dominant now, and it takes the hyper extraction and the predatory nature of capitalism out of the market, and really turns to housing as a shelter and a home's guarantee for all. And there are so many platforms and so many groups who are working along those lines that we're not going to get anywhere if we shy away from critiquing capitalism, and if we are especially afraid of thinking about socialism, or other ways of collective ownership and collective care and well-being. So
I'd love to hear an answer that through the lens of other fields.
I'm going back to your earlier question about can we code switch our way out of inequality? And I think no, because the codes are going to switch on us. I think that I'm recalling when Mexican was white, the education report, we layered geographically the experiences of different communities of color. And in the West, right, segregated schools were overwhelmingly with Mexican students. And there were also those in the white schools that for some decades were white, according to demography, the census, et cetera, and were ultimately pushed out. And I raised this because of the question about capitalism and turning itself on itself. I think that that's a case where students were pushed to a underfunded school, and with the expectation that it is not just about money, it's not just about class. Race is also in and of itself, right? Like that Venn diagram that Jelani was talking about earlier, a force to be reckoned with. So I think that it is a tool we can turn on itself, but we cannot escape the racism that is endemic to the American fabric. And so any tool to use capitalism must also integrate, right, and addressing just the insidious nature of racism, because you can't explain Mexican becoming white and then becoming Mexican, right? Like in the ways that we redistrict schools and students and where they go and how much funding they get without that racial lens. So I just raised that in
There's no disentangling those two forces. We have a.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, excellent, that not all emancipatory movements are equal, right? And that there are going to be some people who are fighting for their emancipation to thrive in the capitalist system, right? So I want to be free to be capitalist and be a billionaire like you can be, right? And then there are other people who are fighting to tear down the system. And so I think that, I guess my advice would be, as journalists, know who you're talking to. And just because they're working in racial justice or working in that space doesn't necessarily mean that they're trying to tear down all aspects of inequality and capitalism for that matter.
These dynamics, this isn't just a conversation for, say, the right. There are a lot of progressive thinking people who are torn between this idea of perfecting a system or tearing it down, right?
Yeah, I have a question maybe for journalists in the audience that's kind of coming up to me with the critique of capitalism that comes out through all the reports, I think. And what a critique of capitalism really centers is we don't have to say capitalism or socialism or anything, but we can talk about exploitation and who's profiting off that exploitation, which I think all these reports do. And I think one issue that I'd love to hear people talk about, especially as journalists, is it feels like there's a tension. Like, I can't tell you how many housing stories I've read where you talk to a tenant who's being exploited by their landlord, and then you talk to a landlord who says, well, I got to pay my mortgage. And then the conclusion is kind of, well, it's complicated. There's multiple perspectives. And those perspectives are seen as kind of objective. There's not really a conflict happening. There's no one's getting exploited. And, you know, like, as all the reports also say, you should talk to organizers, but the problem is organizers, like, power and conflict is at the center of their analysis all the time, and that's where a lot of this intellectual tradition has come from. And it feels like sometimes there's a journalistic kind of, like, well, these can organizers really be objective, because they seem to really be wrapped up in that this is a conflict. There's some kind of subjective framing of this issue. And I think it really ties to the point you were making earlier about whether journalism's about pointing out where the war is happening and who's winning, who's benefiting from it, because that's what the other side is doing, right? Well, the other side, it's very clear what the power analysis is, and they're trying to win using media, and it's tough to kind of, on our side, you know, our side, be like, well, it's complicated, and not focus on the stories of conflict and exploitation because it might be seen as too anti-capitalist or something like that. So,
before we go, are there any journalists that might want to speak to that kind of tension between those forces? And I think this sounds like a byproduct of this two-sidism that we're trying to better understand or rid ourselves of.
Yeah.
You ought to.
Yeah, there's a line that I've found useful as an editor, which is complexity is not a narrative. Like, that our responsibility in part as journalists is to try to find clarity within a context of complexity. More often than not, we're dealing in complex circumstances. And so trying to understand what can we say, what's the ground that we can stand on that we know is true. I mean, if journalism is fundamentally a discipline of verification, then how do we begin to stand upon a ground of truth, and from that ask questions that are powerful questions? So, you know, and I think it's interesting as a journalist, as an editor, the ways in which one of the things that's difficult is actually getting your way to the powerful question and being able to get sometimes to go through the cloud of uncertainty that's been thrown in front of your ability to ask the powerful question. So I'll give you an example of this from my history. At the outlet that I was at before coming to the Times, I was at Reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting. One of their most notable investigations that began before I got there as editor-in-chief of their newsroom was about modern-day redlining. And you know, we've heard a lot about redlining in the context of housing. I think most folks now know the term after we sort of rediscovered it as a field like a countable number of years ago. But the response from banks to the findings of the investigation, and the journalists behind this investigation, Emmanuel Martinez and Aaron Glantz, had gone through an exhaustive process, had done complicated math, logistic regressions to try to understand, to try to eliminate all variables outside of race that were causing this disparity in lending practices among banks. And they got it to basically the only explanatory factor here is race. And they went, you know, further. The other thing that we're constantly trying to do as journalists is go beyond the aperture of the data towards the aperture of the individual stories that are fundamentally the way that we sort of connect to the phenomena that we experience, that we make visible through data. So they reached the point in the investigation, in the reporting process, where they went to the banks to say, okay, here is what we found. And we found that the only explanatory variable here is race causing this disparity in lending. And we found several individual accounts of where people can point to this variable being used against them. And part of what the banks said in response was, but you didn't look at credit scores. Of course, couldn't look at credit scores. Credit scores were a proprietary data set. It was impossible for us, given the information that we had access to be able to eliminate credit scores as a variable. But we would, know that credit scores would probably correlate with many other things that would kind of point back to race and racial discrimination in this ground. I mean, I think it's been, I think this is the job that one of the jobs that we're undertaking as journalists, and how we kind of come into this work is beginning on the ground that in many cases has been laid by scholars of all different traditions, from historians to ethnographers to sociologists of various stripes, beginning with that ground and trying to find our way from there to what is the truth that we can say about what is happening, and what's the reporting that we need to do to be able to show the contemporary public how this is happening today. And I think that's just the challenge. I think that's just part of how we undertake the work. But I say all that just to say it's not simple. It's the job, but it's not a simple task.
And also, to what extent are we going to lie to ourselves as the media, as we don't see actually what's going on here? Jelani, can we get one more? No? We'll see. Thank you, Jelani.
I have a little bit different perspective than my brother back here. I think it's our job to, first of all, and somebody said it earlier, who are you talking to? I'm very clear who I want to get information to. That's the first thing. And if I know that audience, then I want to make sure they have points of clarity. Do you even know what capitalism is, right? Do you know what socialism is? Those are types of things that need to be answered. And so if I have an organizer who's gung-ho, like tear down the system, then it's up to me as a journalist to know some stark realities. Hey, my mom just worked 40 hours a week to get this house. So you know what I mean? So talk to my mom and explain to her why your vision is going to work, and vice versa. And so you have that type of conversation so that everybody gets a clear understanding, and hopefully people come away with another perspective that they didn't know, because there are some people that will organize in your community but never talk to the community. So that's something that we have to be aware of as journalists. There are policymakers that speak, and use a lot of buzzwords, and you got to be like, well, what do you mean when you say that? Explain that. Explain that to Ray Ray on the block. He don't know what you mean, and where did you get this from? And have you ever talked to Ray Ray on the block? Because you're making policies for him. So that calls into accountability, and I think sometimes as a journalist, you're reporting exactly what's happening. Other times you're facilitating conversations, and you're constantly going back and forth between the two. But really, and I think somebody on here said it before, I'm of service to my community. They're expecting me with that microphone to be able to make things clear, not to sensationalize, not to lie, not to propagandize, but to make sure that the person that's on the receiving end of the microphone in that interview is held accountable, and not in a I got you way, but in a very sincere way. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying these things? And how did you come to this conclusion? How did you check in with the people that you say you're representing? And that's when the truth comes out, and I think people will walk away with a richer understanding. That, I think, is what we have to constantly do. Hope that made sense.
Thank you all. We could literally do this all day, but we need a part two. Thank you to Columbia, thank you to the audience, and thank you, of course, to our researchers for the amazing job. Thank you very much. Let's clap it up a little bit more.
I want to say thank you to Tremaine for facilitating this conversation. And I want to say thank you to Davey for his insightful comments, and as well, thank you to Matthew. Thank you to our researchers. Thank you again to Dolores, who really was the kind of linchpin for all of this happening. And thank you for everyone else who I have not touched upon, but everyone who's participated today. And so I wanted to kind of give some context to this, which is that as journalists, we are, and I'd say this often, doctors are obviously important, to society. Engineers, very important, to society. lawyers, important, also it's nurses, my daughter is an ER nurse, crucially important. But we have one profession. The Constitution doesn't say anything about any of those professions. We have one constitution, one constitutionally sanctioned profession, and that's us. And it is that we are supposed to be an element that makes the other elements work. And we do that by assiduously, meticulously, diligently, consistently holding people with power to account. And so in order to do that, we have to have an independent perspective. It becomes very dangerous and very difficult to actually do that work honestly when accepting the frames of people who have power. And so we began this conversation talking about what the pandemic revealed and the ways in which everything that we learned or everything that we saw in the midst of the pandemic was visible to us before, had we paid attention, had we been willing to look beyond the euphemisms. And so this project, in the cornerstone foundational hope of it, was that we would change the frame, that we would start offering a kind of grounding for how inequality operates, how one specific strand of inequality, racial inequality in the society, how it has metastasized over time and the ways in which it has been produced and reproduced. And with the basis of that, we wanted to change the parameters of the conversation. That is a very lofty ambition. It is a big goal. It's something that will require a lot of work and a lot of consistency. Making these reports available is only the first step in changing the terms and the parameters of that conversation. But it is a step that we're taking now. And so as we move forward, you'll see more iterations of this. You'll hear more from the people who are here and who have authored this work. And hopefully we'll begin to see a bit of a change in terms of how this conversation is carried out. And so I want to say thank you again to everyone for coming out, and the work continues. Thank you.